Hey, don't forget to check out us at the movie Feet for the Grand Rapids audience. That is coming up on July 23rd at Celebration North. Want you to get your tickets via freebeerandhotwings.com. Just click on the Feet movie poster, and then we will see you there at the event. $25 for charity, and we want to fill up that theater 550 strong to see this film about Tim Borland, who ran 63 marathons in 63 days. What a feat that is to raise money for the charity. And a couple of documentary filmmakers got him every step of the way, and you will be moved when you see this film. Again, it is Thursday, July 23rd, Celebration North. Tons of prizes to give away, and we'll see you there with the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
I'm basically building my little compound for my life.
Their lifestyle is taking a huge toll on the environment. This family spends $20,000 a year on utilities.
You and the people who lived in your home seem to make no effort to be any greener at all. You, in fact, went the wrong way.
We lost.
You did lose. You realize, though, that just some very minor modifications that if you got used to over maybe 2 weeks, you'd have thousands of dollars more. Do you realize that? To buy more patchouli, fake gold, out-of-style shirts, and snakeskin boots that you wear.
Are you considered the class of the neighborhood? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anywhere I go, I'm the star of the show. No, this is going to air somewhere?
Yes! God, Jesus! You know, you did great, and now you're falling apart.
It's going to air tomorrow on the Chicken Wing Show.
The Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Yes, Sal.
That's
it's going to air
tomorrow on the Chicken Wing Show.
Jesus.
It's Monday. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer, Hot Wings, and Eric Zane. Hello. Producer Joe and Steve here as well. You can join us toll-free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. A flashback a little bit later on. Zane's coward dream. How it's referred to.
I don't remember it.
I have a vague recollection of it.
But I must have gotten over it.
Yeah, you must be fine.
So
it's all working out.
Well, I did. So I should just turn off the headphones as soon as it starts. And
yeah, what if it brings something back
that's the thing.
that is an unwelcome visitor?
Right.
You don't want that.
No.
1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. You know Erin Andrews?
yes,
You know who that is? She's gorgeous.
that very hot sideline reporter.
Mm-hmm. Is
she with ESPN?
She's with ESPN. She does stuff for ABC. She's kind of their go-to. She's their A sideline reporter. Not only is she super hot, but she's clearly pretty knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Pretty talented. Seems to hold her own. Doesn't come across as some dumb floozy.
Mm-hmm.
But she also has a massive internet following.
Yep.
There are all sorts of YouTube videos, and if you type in her name in Google search, you're going to get all sorts of photographs of her on the sidelines, her eating a hot dog, a player thrusting his hips towards her while she's doing a live report. All sorts of things.
Yeah, she really fills out a pair of pants nice.
She does.
Yeah, you'll see pictures of that, too.
And by the way, I saw a picture of Dan Patrick with her and her sister. Her sister is also super hot and also wants to get into broadcasting, or is already in broadcasting. So they're doing something right.
Dan Patrick double teaming him?
Mm-hmm. He seems to be wishing he was double teamed
by them.
Involved in some sort of three-way, yeah.
And they kissed, too, even though they're sisters?
They did kiss.
That's hot.
For the purpose
see that
of
in
this,
Playboy
sure.
sometimes.
Yeah, they started making out.
They always claim it's just sibling love, but we all know the truth. Yeah, they're doing scissors.
But really, if you saw two sisters, hot or not, and they started making out in front of you, isn't that also kind of weird?
No.
Only if it's hot.
Wait,
only if they're hot.
Even if they're hot, they're still sisters making out.
I don't care.
I
don't think that's weird at all.
I
think that's natural in the way that it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've been doing it all their lives.
If they're ugly, then it's a problem.
Yeah, then it's no good for anyone.
Yeah. If they're
related or not.
If they're
gross. You wouldn't find it a little bit creepy if...
No, not if they're hot.
As long as they're not my kids.
Yeah, what does my wang care?
Now, if my kids start doing it, two sisters start making out, I have a problem with that. But otherwise, I don't care.
But you wouldn't want them posing nude either.
What, my daughters?
Yes.
No, I guess not.
So, I mean,
But
just the
someone
whole
else-
thing.
But someone else's daughter.
Someone else's
cares?
daughters. No, I'd want them to pose nude and kiss. And do scissors.
Understood. Agreed.
And
On
the
some
double
level.
under. And Dan Patrick.
And Dan Patrick. Well, over the weekend, a video started to appear online. I actually saw this linked on Total Fark. A peephole video of Erin Andrews.
What? How the hell did they get that?
Apparently, truly in the truest sense of a peephole, some sort of hole into a hotel room with a peephole creep camera.
Where is it? We need this.
I believe
immediately.
ESPN has unleashed hell with their attorneys to have it taken down.
Well, they better knock it off.
Yeah,
they
forget
don't know
it.
what's good for the public. Where can I find this?
I don't know that you're going to be able to find it now.
That's good promotion.
I'm not sure they saw it that way, Howie.
Well, they should.
There were 6 short videos, usually about 30 seconds each. Each were made to look like some kind of miniature camera filming through the peephole of the hotel room door.
Is Erin E-R-I-N?
Yeah.
It is. Each one shows a fully naked hot blonde doing her hair and getting ready in front of the mirror. To me, this sounds fake.
It
Because
does sound
I doubt
fake.
that she stands fully naked in front of the mirror and does her hair.
Why not?
I don't know. I just don't think that's...
Well, and if it's
I've
made
just
to,
had-
and
Does
if
she
it's
really?
made, if it's made to look like a camera shot through a peephole, if it was actually a camera through a peephole, it wouldn't look like it's through a peephole. It wouldn't be a round circle with black around it. You know what I mean?
That's for sure.
That wouldn't make any sense.
Each of them, as we said, shows someone that's fully naked and apparently hot. Apparently, at some point, the woman does knee bend type squats and sticks her butt out like she's doing some kind of toning exercises or just checking out her backside in the mirror. It does appear that this is real based on the statements issued from her attorney. While alone in the privacy of her hotel room, Erin Andrews was surreptitiously videotaped without her knowledge or consent. She was the victim of a crime and is taking action to protect herself and help ensure that others are not similarly violated in the future.
No, we don't want anyone else. We
Wow.
just want you, so it's okay.
Although the perpetrator or perpetrators of this criminal act have not yet been identified, when they are identified, she intends to bring both civil and criminal charges against them and against anyone who has published the material. We request respect of Erin's privacy at this time while she and her representatives are working with authorities.
I feel bad for wanting to
I
see
take it you
something
found it.
illegally obtained,
Looks
but
like you
I
found
still
it.
want to.
I don't know. It's rolling, but there's nothing. It's all crazy. It's all stupid.
It does appear to be pretty crazy. Let's not link this because I don't want to be involved in the Erin Andrews. Also, it's porno stolen from a woman's stolen while she was changing in a hotel.
Oh,
It's impossible to tell whether it's her or
complete
not.
scam. It says, due to copyright and censorship issues, yeah, right, we cannot show the full video on YouTube. Click the link on the right to watch Erin Andrews' peephole camera.
I'll bet if you click on that,
Uh-huh.
nothing bad happens to
Watch
the
this.
internet. Watch the computer
Hold on.
explode.
Here comes the virus. Hold on. I want you to hear the click. Virus! Oh, good. I'm directed to allturl.com/GGYB.
that seems
AIDS
like-
in your computer.
Seems like a very reputable website. Nothing bad will happen here.
No, this is going to be great.
So, at least based on the lawyer's
Yeah.
statement, it seems like it's real.
Well, yeah, just
Yeah.
the fact the way he's describing it and defending it.
I can't believe any of this is on YouTube. I thought they normally didn't put stuff like this up there.
I didn't either. It is weird.
Well, good
I
for
think
them.
you can put just about anything up there that you want. It's just a matter of how long it is before they take it down.
This must have gone up pretty recently then, because it seems to be down now.
Well, at least we got a still of her bent over there.
Yeah, it's pretty good still. I don't know who that is, but
It's her. It has to be, because we talked about it.
What a bummer for her, man. Here she gets to the point where she's obviously very successful, and she obviously has, I think she's pretty talented. And then her popularity goes through the roof because she's attractive, but now she has to deal with BS like this, like wondering if someone's got a peephole camera in her room and Ray Malaluga doing hip thrusts at her like he's dry humping her when she's doing her report and she can't see him. That's all very disrespectful.
How did she not see him? I don't know.
She was doing a report looking up at a camera over the exit tunnel after a game.
Yeah?
And he was leaving the field, and he walked up behind her and
Wait a minute.
acted like a pervert.
So
Seriously,
if Ray, I mean, what's his name? Melanoma?
Melanoma, that's right.
That'll probably get it. I mean,
yeah, try that.
There
I'll bet
can't
you
be
that's
that
pretty
many
good.
Aaron Andrews Ray that come up.
Doing hip thrusts.
Surprisingly, this YouTube video, there it is, the first one.
Yeah.
This YouTube video's not coming up that quickly. It seems our computer has some sort of virus.
Yeah.
Can't imagine where it came from.
Sean's going to, okay. So there's Ray.
Oh, she wasn't actually doing a report. It's like,
She's just standing there getting ready with her painted on jeans.
Oh, my God.
oh, I thought it was hip thrust.
What? He's like, what?
What?
He got down below her and.
He did the same thing to Tom Watson over the weekend. Weird.
What? That was great. I like how he puts his hands up when she turns around. Because she feels someone behind her, and he's already done doing his thing, and she's like, hey, what's going on? Hey, how are you?
You know, the student section. Actually, I'm certain they were all screaming right there. I'd be afraid to turn the volume up on that video for fear of what they would be saying.
That's awesome.
EA Sports put her in the new college football game for Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, presumably just so they could splash her picture up on the screen for.
Ooh, do they have a strip poker Easter egg on there somewhere?
If you win the national championship with a non-BCS team, you get to see the video of her stripping in her bedroom through a peephole.
Cool.
That's not real.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
It's true.
Complete lie.
Hot Wings, she was very young and on the sidelines of one of the games we were at when we saw Tennessee play. She was standing in front of us.
She was?
Tennessee, Syracuse.
I don't even remember.
We had good seats for that one. And you, I believe, commented on her painted-on pants that day.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I just didn't know it was her.
Right.
But there were a lot of hot girls at those UT games.
That is also very true. I don't know. Every once in a while, you'll see a coach or something flirt with her when they're interviewing her.
Mm-hmm.
Because they all feel like they know her, so they can inappropriately hug on her, even though they don't know her. Can you imagine any of the other sideline reporters, some of the dudes? No one's hugging on Jim Gray with his weirdo sport coats.
Poor Jim Gray. Never gets hugged on.
All he does is get screamed at. You kidding me? 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Are you familiar with that basketball coach named Bruce Pearl, speaking of Tennessee?
He's one of the ones who notoriously hugged on her.
There's an interview with her. Him feeling her up, apparently.
Yeah.
In this,
Hold him.
let me back up here.
Done to Chris Lofton in the first half.
Hold him. Drape him like this.
He's hugging her.
Right? They're doing a good job of
She's all
making these
unnerved.
touches difficult.
This weirdo
What a
Italian
start to
guy,
the game, huh?
whatever he is.
That's nuts. The way both teams are shooting the ball. They can't beat us from three all night long. They just can't. I thought offensively we were impatient. Running was good early, but then after they were back, we just took a boatload of bad shots. We're fortunate to only be down one.
How are you in this? The fact that they were just draining threes left and right.
Because we don't panic. We're poised. And,
I want to be on you.
Got some big players, too.
All right, Bruce, thank you.
He's great. He is, he's funny. But he did look awful grabby there.
Mm-hmm. Holding him like this.
Hold him like this.
He straddles her.
And then we grind them like this.
Yeah. Why would that look grabby?
And then we're going to sit on their faces like this.
So,
this is how we check their oil.
And then we're going to bend them over. Here, bend, stoop.
how are they holding Chris Lofton to such a low output here in the first half? They're grabbing his boobs like this. They're rubbing them delicately.
They're grabbing his crotch like this.
I was most offended when they buried their face in his boobs.
They're eating at the Y.
They're completely motorboating.
Bruce, what do you plan to do in the second half? I'll show you. Come with me.
Oh, 69.
Sorry, what did you say? We were too busy screaming at us. You had something and we like, rah!
No, yours were better. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, God.
Well, that has to feel great to find out the world's looking at a pic. Because at some point she had to find out that there was a peephole video of her on the internet. Someone had to text her or something like that. Hey, Aaron, hey, it's your dad.
I was looking for porn.
Yeah, I'm all out of those clips of you doing it with your sister, which everybody thinks is hot.
I was YouTubing Aaron Andrews. And
can you imagine though? Because if her parents are hip enough that they decide they're just hip enough to know what Google is, so they decide to Google their daughter to see if she's made it. And they see all of these websites that show her eating a hot dog and talking about how people wish it was their junk and everything else. How awful would that be? Our little girl.
And yet you'd be a little proud.
You would. Because it would be half of your DNA that made such a...
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know if proud would work its way into the...
Yeah, at least you didn't make someone ugly.
Yeah, true.
What would be worse?
Because let's face
Googling and finding out that all sorts of everybody between the ages of 15 and 40 wants to do your daughter, or Googling and finding out that someone has set a website up dedicated to how ugly your daughter is.
Oh.
Well, let's face it. If she had a unibrow and an 8-foot wide ass, she wouldn't be doing sideline reporting. That is just the fact.
The way it is.
You can't be.
There is no.
There are some sideline reporters that are just average, or a little mannish perhaps, but not. There's no one that's disturbing or disgusting. She wouldn't have that job if she was awful. So her parents should take a little pride in the fact that they made a hot girl.
Is that a picture of her that you have right there?
I don't know if that's her.
I think that might be her sister.
I don't know.
But either way, that chick is super hot.
That does because it looks like a family resemblance.
Got a better rack, that's for sure.
Man,
wow.
And she wears less clothes. And boy, I'll tell you what. Update: the readers to PopCrunch.com have reported you can watch the Aaron Andrews People video via file sharing sites like Mega Upload and Rapid Share. Gee,
what could go wrong there?
Mega Upload and Rapid Share, right.
I love Mega Upload. I'm on it all the time.
I used to be a big fan of regular Upload, but when they went to Mega Upload, I thought it was just too big.
I didn't think it could get any better than Super Upload, but I was wrong.
It's destroyed. It's gone.
So the flashback's never going to play today.
Hell no.
As a result of the Aaron Andrews joy. Maybe we could use your dad's computer, something like that.
Click our link to watch her. Now they're calling it a sex tape. This thing is so stupid.
And why is there a picture of Bruce Pearl with another woman?
I don't know what is going on
in this video. The video says Aaron Andrews Uncensored, and about one of the 4 pictures so far have actually been her. That's not her.
No, definitely not.
That's her. She's hot.
Yeah.
1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots@freebeerandhotwings.com. Surprisingly, we are not going to put a link up at freebeerandhotwings.com.
There's no link. There's nothing you can link.
We would, but it's been pulled.
No, I don't know that we would. The Aaron Andrews People video. Pretty classy.
Impossible to see.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
To get to the podcast of this and other mediocre broadcasts, go to freebeerandhotwings.com.
Thank you very much.
Now, more of the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
This hour of the show brought to you by the all-new Chevy Equinox with an EPA estimated 32 miles per gallon highway, up to 600 highway miles on a tank. The most fuel-efficient crossover on the highway. Go to Chevy.com/Equinox. Flashback today. Looks back at the good times of Eric Zane's Coward Dream.
Well, guys, I had a dream the other night. Yeah. And I kind of started to talk about it the other day. And then I stopped because you guys said, okay, this is funny. So I had a frickin' dream that I woke up and I was disturbed by it. But I'll let you do with it what you will.
All right. Okay.
Here's the dream. It woke me up. I was disgusted, and then I couldn't even get back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I leave like a nightclub or something like that, which is already weird because that's not something I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm walking to my car, and to get to my car, in this dream, there was a apartment building in between like the club and the parking lot. And you could walk through like you could cut through the apartment building.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's where it was.
Okay.
And it's almost like
in Dream World, it makes sense.
In Dream World, I'm in this, and it's many floors, and there's staircases where I'm at, just walking through. It's kind of like when you go to the outside of an apartment, you buzz in, and then that door that gets buzzed was open. Mm-hmm. So I just walked through, and there was a woman there, and she had like a handbag, and that's important to mention, because then a minute later I turn around, and there's this guy, and I see him coming in the same door I came in a moment later, and I'm standing next to this woman as we're walking through. We're kind of like together.
Mm-hmm.
And I notice that the guy coming in has a gun. Mm-hmm. And I go, he's going to rob us or something. Now, in this dream, I have a pistol on me. I'm carrying a weapon.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, typical Eric Zane save the day superhero, you'd think I'd pull out the gun in the dream.
This is exactly what you've always wanted to do.
It's all coming together.
God, this bugs me even telling it. Though I had the gun, Joe, the woman didn't know that guy was coming with the gun. Mm-hmm. I knew he's on the way, and he doesn't know that I know he's there.
Mm-hmm. So you've got the jump on him.
Yeah, advantage. Everything's in your favor.
Full court press Eric Zane.
Mm-hmm. You've got a weapon. No one knows you're there.
She's going to hear the gunshot, turn around, and realize that you killed
and
a
then
murderer.
I'm going to be able to do her right there.
Yes.
Yeah, without question. Sure.
It's all perfect.
Mm-hmm.
In the dream, I ran up the stairs and hid while he showed up, took her bag, tough-talked her, and shot her face off.
Wow.
And then he tough-talked her body, walked out. I went down and went, harumph, and walked home.
Wow.
So in your dream, where normal people would dream about heroics, you're a coward.
Mm-hmm. A gutless piece of crap.
Not only are you a coward, you're apparently one who's indifferent to the death of strange women, because you're like,
An indifferent coward.
Shot her right in the face.
That Marine recruiter was right about you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I've got to fix this. I need to do something heroic to get this out of my system, to make amends.
You going to do hang out like near the river, see if somebody falls in?
Yeah, no, something bad needs to happen that I need to show up on the scene or something.
Quite a contrast to your other dream that you've told us about a number of years ago. Where
I don't have those anymore.
This is the one where you tried to, in your dream, you killed some radio producer who had made your life a living hell by throwing him over a broken fence, and the board stabbed through his body, and then you went out and buried a claw hammer in his face.
That was revenge, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're clearly motivated by revenge. You have no empathy towards others. But
something needs to be done. That dream needs to be analyzed, and I should probably be locked up. I'm telling you. That is disgusting to me.
Do you think you would have done something differently if it was a good-looking bodybuilder who was about to be attacked? Would have you saved him and possibly dated?
Right.
Minor league hockey player?
Then, perhaps.
This is Don in New York. Hi, Don.
Great.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I think Zane had that dream because you guys were talking about the heroics of the football player.
Oh, Noah Herron from the Packers, who unscrewed his bedpost and bashed that guy's skull in awesomely.
Who we've learned listens to the show on one of the stations that carries it.
Nice.
You're kidding me.
No, actually, that guy who you just mentioned. Maybe. Yeah, in West Michigan, the West Michigan audience.
At GRD. He listens on GRD.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Way to go, Noah. Way to smash that guy's face in.
We should get him on.
Yeah, I want to. That's fantastic.
That's what it was, because I remember Zane was all riled up about it that day, so he probably went home and thought about it.
I don't know.
Well, maybe, but in that case, he attacked the intruders, I should say, and one of them's still in the hospital.
Yeah.
He beat their ass with a bedpost.
He didn't get scared, and
he didn't run and hide.
Leave a puddle and then come back down and and give the victim a good old-fashioned shrug.
Mm-hmm. Can't believe it.
I'm not so into you, so.
Yeah, I had a hard time with that one. I woke up and went, oh, God, what's going to happen with... Someone's going to come into my house and line up the family on their knees.
And you're going to have a chance to get away.
Yeah, and he's going to say, if you come down, everybody will live. And I'll jump out the window.
And run.
And hide.
You hear the car start up. You hear the scooter start up.
I'm a coward. I'm a scared coward.
Let's see. This is Randy. Hi, Randy.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Not bad.
Hey, a couple things. First, Zane, it's just you were talking about, being a hero the other day on the air, and anything could have amplified that. Like, you didn't tell your kid what to do strong enough and you thought you should have. That amplifies in a dream of being cowardice. That's not a big deal. But Hot Wings, dude, you were always, just a minute ago you said something about the dude, I bet his junk was all shriveled up. You're always talking about dude's junk. Like, randomly, you'll just be like, oh, this guy's got a lot of junk down there. All the time.
I don't think that's true. I think generally it's Zane who always brings up a dude's junk. That's
And the only reason I mentioned that was because we talked about how many women he was probably banging.
That's a penis. I understand that. I totally do.
Yeah.
And I still love your show. But just see, if you listen, there's a lot of times you're saying something about dude's junk.
Well, and that wasn't out of the blue, and I don't think that's usually me. But
thank you.
Okay.
But thanks for the observation.
Now let's get to the penis part.
This is Jen. Hi, Jen.
Hi.
Hey.
What do you say?
Hey, does he recognize the woman or the handbag?
Do you have that handbag, Zane?
No.
No.
One of yours?
I don't. I remember a dark coat, and she looked a little bit like LeBeau from Hogan's Heroes.
What? Wow.
I don't know who that is offhand, but no real memory
she
of
had
LeBeau,
a red handbag. No, I don't remember. Nothing rings a bell.
Thank you, Jen.
And the woman doesn't look like anyone.
No, I have no memory of that. All I know is her face was blown off.
Did she look like somebody you knew after that? Maybe some Armenian relative? Earthquake survivor?
Miss Armenia is who she was.
Thank you, Jen.
Yeah.
I read the other day, I think I might have shared this actually, that because you know how sometimes you have a dream, like you didn't recognize that woman that was in your dream and you think, my brain made that up?
Mm-hmm.
This person claimed, and they were supposedly an expert on dreams and brain activity and stuff. Now, I don't know how you could possibly prove this scientifically, but they said that you never create anything in your brain. Everything you see, you have seen somewhere, like referring to people. So any face you see is someone you've walked by, someone you've seen on television, someone you had a class with, someone that you worked with that you never really talked to. Everyone who appears in your dream is someone you've seen in real life at one point or another before.
Well, that's crazy.
It seems impossible to wrap your head around. Rob in Nashville. Hi, Rob.
Howdy.
What do you think?
I just wanted Zane to know that dreams are the looking glass into the soul. So
I know.
You can tell us something about his character.
I know it. That's what's bothering me.
Yeah.
Gutless, spineless worm. Apparently.
Great. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a weapon, and he had no idea I was there.
Mm-hmm.
And he clearly intended bodily harm.
He looked devious in my dream, and I knew he was going to harm that girl, and I ran away and hid.
That is awful.
And then he took her bag and shot her dead.
This is chasing you. It is like that Marine recruiter that labeled you a Major P, and you saw the list, and your friend showed it to you.
True story, high school. You've all heard it before. Yeah, that bothers me, man.
Jessica in Nashville. Jessica, you got some dream analysis for us?
I do. Zane, I think you're being really too hard on yourself. I don't think that this dream makes you out to be a gutless coward. I think this is just a fear dream. I think you're afraid that the perfect opportunity is going to present itself and you're not going to jump on it. Maybe you're feeling a little complacent in life. What do you think? I mean, the dream set it up perfectly. It's something that you've always wanted and you didn't jump on it.
Most people say dreams, most experts, don't they say that dreams are more metaphorical like that and that it speaks to a bigger picture thing? Jessica might be right.
Yeah, but I don't think that way. I don't even know what the hell she just said.
Well, no, but your subconscious thinks that way.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to, but your subconscious thinks that way.
You sound incredibly bright. What do you do?
I manage a call center.
You a phone psychic?
No.
Phone psychic.
Sex call center?
Uh-huh.
Because those are the only two we know.
Yeah, those
Just kidding. Thank you.
Right,
Thank you,
that's what
Jessica.
they have them for, yeah.
Thank you.
Craig is a psychology student who's going to tell you exactly what your dream is about.
All right.
Hello,
Okay,
Craig.
great.
Fix this
good,
mess.
Good.
Hey, well, there's a lot of different theories on what dreams are, but as far as being able to make up things in your dreams and everything you see is something you already know, that's bull, because to prove that, they'd have to record all your dreams and everything you see in your dreams, and they just can't do that. So they cannot prove that you can or cannot make something up in a dream.
Right. Mm-hmm.
As far as what you see in your dreams, the most prevalent theories are that what you see in your dreams is just reliving of experiences of the day or just your mind winding down from the day. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, that can't be Zane reliving experiences because Zane would not run from a fight. He would run to a fight.
No.
And if it's metaphorically speaking, there could be other people fighting, and Zane will say, what are we fighting about? I want to be in. You're ugly and you're fat. Let's go.
Well, Freud said that all your dreams meant something, and Freud was a crackpot, and he was on cocaine, and he was a sexist, and a lot of people don't agree with what he said.
You don't like him, do you?
Why do you quote people that you hate?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense when you're trying to prove a point. Freud said this. He's a dick.
But he was hilarious in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Thank you, Craig.
Well done.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know what's going on.
No.
It probably doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it does. And, all this psychological mumbo-jumbo is BS.
Joe, do you think...
I'm a gutless nerd is what I am.
You think Zane is a coward who would run in the face of danger if his family was in trouble or if someone he didn't know was in trouble?
Someone he didn't know, yes.
Mm-hmm. I do think that you'd be more likely to bail on someone you didn't know.
I would.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, I think I would be, but...
Yeah, but what if it was the same scenario? You had a weapon.
I don't want to kill anyone.
And you knew that the bad guy was going to harm an innocent.
Just as I don't want to kill anyone.
But did I ever tell you that the dream that I had, that was way different than yours because I was not a pussy.
Did you kill a woman who was on the way home from the nightclub with Zane so she wouldn't get sexed by him? Weird. Both had that dream that same last night. Let's go find Terrence Mann and build a baseball field.
I was being chased by terrorists, and I had to bite a man's finger off and poke his eyeballs out of
Were
his
they
mouth.
Libyans?
No problem for you, donkey teeth.
Yeah, that's
dude.
awesome. One
it
chomp.
wasn't. Oh, it was so vivid, too. I now know what it feels like.
Was
To
this
bite a
induced
finger?
by Chantrix or whatever that stop smoking drug is you're taking?
No, but I'm smoking a lot less. Sometimes days at a time without
I don't
one.
care about that. All I care about is the dreams.
Yeah, well, I think that's why I have had the dreams.
When my wife quit smoking, she had a lot more dreams like that.
I don't believe it's the Chantix that gives you the
Chantix.
dreams. I think it's just the your body's, I don't know, going crazy. From
Did you take
lack
that
of
stuff?
nicotine. No, it's in my cabinet.
It's in your cabinet. You holding on to it for a special occasion.
I guess so. I actually
In case you
totally
have the
forgot
urge.
about that until now.
You bit off a terrorist's finger, though.
I did.
Isn't that weird when you have that vibrant dream that feels like it really happened,
Vivid.
and you wake up and you say to yourself, "Well, I know I didn't really."
It's awesome.
It is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Once you get past how it freaks you out, or unless your dream paints you as a giant pussy, that's a.
Yeah,
that
that
was
doesn't happen.
awful.
Yeah, that's
I
not
always
good.
end up shooting them right between the eyes, and that's why I never wake up like Zane, feeling inadequate and sad.
Oh, I
and
did.
Tired looking.
Yeah, I'm tired looking. Thank you. I appreciate that. My playoff beard. That's what it is. I get to shave now.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good thing you didn't start right at the beginning of the playoffs, man.
I know it. It's my playoff beard that I've been growing for 1 hour.
Oh, the dream that leaves you with real emotion later in the day.
I don't like those.
No, that sucks. Coming up, as if being without a job is obviously incredibly difficult, adds boatloads of stress to your life. It's very emotional. Not only here, but everywhere around the world, including in Brazil. So wait till you hear what the Brazilian Labor Ministry's password was for people who wanted to check out their unemployment benefits.
Okay.
I'll tell you what that is coming up. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Check, test. Check, test.
check, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
You can join us toll free, 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. So obviously, as we mentioned, being without a job, incredibly difficult. Stress on the whole family, obviously stress on the person who's without a job. And because of the worldwide economic crash, it's happening everywhere, not just here in the United States. Certainly very well aware of that. In Brazil, the unemployment is very high as well. And the Brazilian Labor Ministry put together a website that would help people to better understand and take advantage of the unemployment benefits offered by the Brazilian government. If you were unemployed, you would log on and you would need a password once you signed in so you could track your own account.
Yeah.
You know, because how much money is left. And it would automatically generate a password. And it was automatically generating a password, a couple of passwords, over and over for everyone, which is already a problem.
Yeah, that
because
everyone has the same passwords, yeah.
It's even more offensive when the words translate to bum and shameless. So you've got the unemployed of Brazil going to the website, being told their password is bum or shameless.
Freeloader.
Loser.
Brazil's labor minister says the private company that designed the site's security system is at fault. They thought it was funny.
Password is poor.
Mm-hmm.
Contract won't be renewed.
Hand out 1065. That's your password, sir.
Free cheese. 137.
Imagine if that was a job. If you could actually get a job where it was your job to think of in like every time, real time, like you're sitting there and you hear beep beep, and you look down and go, oh, password request. You suck. And you send it back to him every once. Eat a Vayner. What? My password's Eat a Vayner? Doesn't seem right.
Manually creating passwords for people. It wouldn't be as efficient, but so much more fun.
Oh, it'd be a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Easier to break the code, I'm sure. This is a more positive story.
Wait. If there's like an AIDS support hotline email thing you sign up for, and some guy manually generating the passwords, your password, open source coming.
Thinning.
Waster. Shouldn't be funny, but God, it is.
Well, it's not our fault somebody created those passwords for that AIDS website.
Right, and then there was that other one, not careful enough.
Yeah.
Use a rubber.
That almost came out at the same time.
Last October, 56-year-old Mary Phillips showed up for her nursing job at a hospice in St. Louis and experienced a sudden crippling headache in her right temple.
Oh.
Very scary. She collapsed and her coworkers begged her to go to the emergency room, but Mary refused. That is until her coworker's dog, a Maltese poodle named Jacques Pierre, walked into the room and licked Mary on the right temple. This made Mary think, wait, something really is wrong.
Yeah, it sniffed the cancer, didn't it?
Sniffed an aneurysm is what they're saying. She went to the hospital where she was diagnosed with a life-threatening brain aneurysm about the size of a walnut that had already started leaking into her bloodstream.
Wow, man. Those stories are incredible. I cannot believe those happen.
I don't know. I think she's kind of dumb, though. Shouldn't have she been tipped off if she works in the medical industry by a sudden and crippling headache in her right temple out of nowhere?
Blood shooting out of her eye and ear.
Yeah.
Nah, it's cool.
I mean, it is pretty crazy that the dog came in and licked her on the spot that was...
Yeah.
I would never be alerted by the dog, though. My dog licks my forehead every day. Mm-hmm. He wakes me up that way because he has to go to the bathroom. I would just think he has to go outside. God, I got this really bad headache, but Bubba's got to go pee again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, our dog poked his nose into my nose. Do I have nose cancer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I do.
No.
But if he does it again, I'll get it checked out.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the doctor now every time the dog sniffs my ear or licks my forehead.
It's the only thing you can do. Is the dog knows. The dog is smarter than science.
No, Doc, I ain't a hypochondriac. My dog sniffed my crotch. I think I got nut cancer.
Oh. I would do it. You can check out the website, freebeerandhotwings.com. There are intern blogs up there now, including one from Jackie Manvoice, as well as the blogs from all of us and a variety of other things. You can see new links, new videos, everything daily at freebeerandhotwings.com. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
It's time for the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Hello.
Hi, Maury.
What's going on?
Not much. Welcome to the Free Beer Hot Wings Show.
What am I going to do? What?
I'd like to welcome to the show Eli Gold, writer of book Bears Boys, also sportscaster. Got sent this book here to talk about the book Bears Boys. And boom goes the dynamite. The book about the 36 men whose lives were changed by Coach Paul Bryant. 36 men's.
Everyone loves chewing on hot dogs.
That's right.
Nice and chewy. I had an all beef this weekend. That was delicious.
Good. Yeah, those are good.
What is the name of the game?
It's the Don King video about the boxing.
He said the Don King video about the boxing.
I was in cheerleading all through high school, and that doesn't eat.
Being a cheerleader is like winning the Super Bowl.
But even being close to a high school field gets you all amped up, so I can't even imagine what it would be like to play.
Now, what position do you play?
69!
It's a movie called One Too Many. It's about a guy who has had no luck with monogamy, so he wants to find a girl that'll allow other women into bed with him. Sounds pretty good, huh, Kurt?
Oh, yeah, sounds real funny.
The Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And how long is your show?
5 hours.
5 hours?
Yep.
You're on the radio for 5 hours?
Yes, sir.
Whose handiwork was that?
That was fantastic.
That's Steve or Joe? Steve. Hi, Marks.
Well done, Steve. That was great.
Hi,
a
Mark.
smattering of intern view snippets there.
That wasn't even work. That was fun.
Oh, my gosh. What a collection.
It wasn't even work. It was fun.
Yeah. There were some classic gems in there.
Yeah, that was a really good idea to do that. That's funny.
Mm-hmm. So clearly we start at the week. Steve is well ahead of Joe on the weekly rankings of producers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it shuffles around.
Joe is amongst others receiving votes. Steve
of the
has
two.
All first place votes.
We should, like the NHL hands out Player of the Week. We should hand out Producer of the Week awards.
Producer, yeah, put a picture up on the wall. Producer of the Week. Previous producers of the week all along the wall.
Steve's picture all in a row. Joe's picture all in a row.
The only one of Joe was when Steve was off.
Aw.
1-800-947-3979. You can email it. I like what was funny about that was Joe laughed along for a little while, and then just now you may have heard, what the hell?
Yeah, he did. He did say that.
1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. We got a lot of stuff we're going to get to a little bit later on, including 2 911 calls, both of them completely different from one another. They just happen to both become available on Friday. And we'll get to those today. We're going to talk about Tom Watson and what was a nearly miraculous run. In fact, I would say still pretty damn awesome the way it worked out. But boy, was I disappointed when he missed that putt on 18 to win the British Open this past weekend.
Yeah.
I can't remember I don't think there's ever been a time where I've cared that much about a golf tournament. Sitting there watching, holding my breath as he tried to knock in that, 10-footer for the win.
Yeah, that was, Jesus. So 60-year-old guy virtually coming in there and doing that.
Yeah, that
seems
guy
like,
was that amazing.
Seems like the nicest guy ever.
He does seem very nice.
Even his former competitors that were in the broadcast booth were talking about how they had sweaty palms watching him and rooting for him because he was such a likable guy.
Rick Riley, famous sports writer, was part of the broadcast, and he did some observations and a opinion piece at the end of the tournament. And he's seated at a desk, and he expresses how good this was and how much, even though he lost, how It was a really good thing. And during it, he's, reading what he wrote, but he's almost like oration.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said was in a game where I forgot how, I'm paraphrasing, but in a game where we sometimes react too negatively when things go wrong or something like that. And his next thing was about how Watson always is either really cheery or just doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
When he talked about in the game where we sometimes react the wrong way when things go wrong, and they showed Tiger Woods taking his driver over his head like an axe and smashing it into the ground as hard as he can when he missed a shot or something. Like shanked one or something, having a temper tantrum.
Screaming at a photographer.
If I'm Woods, I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm sitting out 5 tournaments because this guy did that. Okay, do you know how important I am to this game? Do you know who I am?
Yeah,
I've won 14 majors. I don't need some gray-haired yahoo who couldn't even hit the ball in a putt-putt course telling me that I'm a poor sport.
This is the first golf tournament that Tiger Woods wasn't in contention on a Sunday that was interesting in about 15 years.
If I'm Tiger, I'm like, you know how much pressure is on me. I got Jim Brown and all these other black guys telling me I'm not black enough, and then you're telling me that I'm having temper tantrums around every. You know what? All I want to do is play this game and bang my hot wife. Shut up.
I imagine
Probably
that
true.
was footage from Friday when he didn't make the cut.
Probably.
Because I saw that footage, and man, he shanked some shot, and I'm sure, like you're describing it, I mean, he ruined that golf club. He's smashed it on the ground. And, he was so pissed.
He's had this happen to many times where someone said he's not socially responsible enough. Who it was Jim Brown?
It was Jim Brown and Bill Russell in the HBO Real Sports piece, but Jim Brown was the one who specifically said that Tiger Woods wasn't doing enough, that he needed to be more socially, more of a social activist.
Yeah, which I don't buy that. I mean, I think people go their own way. If that's important to them, I mean, he does stuff. But you don't see him. You don't see him grandstanding his way through an inner city. It's just clearly not what he does. But doesn't he have like a bunch of Tiger Woods golf camps for kids and
golf
all that?
camps? He opened these community centers that he paid for with his own money and raised money for from his sponsors. He's done a lot.
He does plenty.
I think what guys like Jim Brown and Bill Russell forget is it's a different time.
Yeah, too.
They were, when they both went to college, they were told don't date white girls.
Right.
Like Jim Brown was told if he wanted a scholarship at Syracuse, he couldn't date white girls. So he didn't take the scholarship and then just walked on and made the team. Because he's like, well, there's
that's
not
amazing.
enough black girls here to date, so I'm going to be able to date whoever I want.
That's right.
So, and so that was in the 60s, the late 50s and early 60s. It was a different time.
Right. Yeah. Nowadays,
Tiger Woods doesn't have to fight for the right for black people to use the same drinking fountain like, they would have in that time. So
they need to lighten up, those people who say that about him.
That's got to be a bummer for him, though. Be like, just because I'm part black doesn't mean that I have a greater responsibility to go and I just want to be the best golfer I can be a good father, be a good husband. Right. I don't want to have to go and stand next to Sharpton and Jackson every time something happens that involves a black person.
Yeah, just because he doesn't want to be Muhammad Ali, who cares?
Yeah.
He still does plenty. And even if he didn't do anything, I don't care. It's his money.
And that used to happen to Michael Jordan all the time, too.
Yeah.
And if I were Jordan, I'd be like, well, what about some of the other really good black players? Just because I'm the best black player. What about Barkley? Look at that guy.
Yeah,
he's setting race relations back 10 years every time he opens his mouth.
And then Tiger Woods is probably like, hey, wait a minute. What about Vijay Singh? He's blacker than me, and he's not even black.
He's not promoting anything for anyone.
Yeah. How the hell can he be blacker than me, and he's not black?
If Tiger ever said that, that would be a miracle.
That would be something. No, that would be something.
Go talk to
BJ. He's talking to Morley Safer with his mismatched tie and kerchief, and he says, well, Morley, what I really want to talk about is the fact that I'm not the blackest person on the tour. What?
Yes, there are blacker guys than me. Mm-hmm. That's what I want to talk about. That would be something.
1-800-947-3979. Now, we're going to get to a lot more of the stuff about Tom Watson, some audio and stuff a little bit later on. But our Friday top 5 on Friday. Oh, we didn't get through it, first of all. So Zane and Steve still have their list to share with us coming up in 3 hours. That's a long time away.
Yeah, it is a long time away. But, something to look forward to.
But the revelations that were shared were all great.
Yeah, it was fun.
When we replay yours, Free Beer, in an hour, we need to park on one specific thing, not on you. I can't believe Bill did that, and I can't wait to bring it up again. What is he thinking? What is wrong with that guy?
I don't know.
Scoops his hand in there.
I don't know. Why? I remember going home in the car that day going, "Why would you do that?" Out loud saying, "Why would you do that?"
Yeah, that's amazing. You'll get it when it comes up.
All right.
Up first, though, we wanted to share with you Hot Wings and producer Joe sharing their 5 most embarrassing moments.
It's Kurt Busch. He came up with this.
Rocking out.
Intern Kurt Busch.
He sent it along to us. Thank you, Kurt Busch.
So the Friday Top 5, Steve was in charge of creating the list. At the end of the day today, we'll roll the die and see who has to do it for next week. Steve, you chose the 5 most embarrassing moments. I think I'm going to vote to choose to leave Steve's for the last 5 because he's new and I know we won't know any of his. Whereas I know with mine, I've at least referenced a couple of them on the air. Zane said 4 of his 5 were on the air before. Hot Wings, I'm guessing some of yours were.
You know what? I don't know.
No.
I don't
Closed book Hot Wings? Are you kidding me?
It'll probably be like, well, Hot Wings will say, well, when I was in the Air Force. What? You were in the Air Force?
Hot Wings can probably fly.
After I kicked for the Denver Broncos. You what?
What? He's from the planet Krypton, and he can lift trucks over his head, but he never thought it was important to tell anybody. Are you kidding me?
When I got married the second time, I've known you since you were 17.
Man, the 4th time my first wife had twins, I was pretty happy. Idiot.
All news. So I vote for Steve's to be last.
All right.
Hot Wings, will you dig in? So Steve's name is in the drawing. If you come up, just ignore it.
All right.
Me.
All right. Good.
Okay.
This would be a learning
right.
experience, too. I should have said you're second to last.
All right. Tried to order these the best that I could in terms of embarrassment, but they're all fairly embarrassing. Now, at this point in my life, none of them are that embarrassing, but at the time, terrible. I think this is my most recent one. Yeah, it was. My most recent one that I could think of that really bummed me out was the very last day of classes, my sophomore year of college, and that was the very first time that I had sex, and it lasted 10 seconds.
Wow. I bet she was very satisfied. It's okay.
Yep. I had been putting off sex for a number of years.
Because you didn't have the time?
I was terrified of it. Well, I was terrified of the results. At the time, I didn't realize that I was pretty much infertile, so here it turns out I could have had lots of fun, but I was fairly pent up by 20 years old. And so, yeah, there we were. The day everyone was moving out of the dorms.
Did she say anything? Like,
No, she was actually really cool about it, but I didn't feel cool about it.
No.
I felt, because you think, oh, yeah, man, I've been saving this up for 20 years. I'm going to be great. And you do your thing, and you go, whoa, this feels good.
At the time, I'll bet you said.
Better than I could have imagined.
I'll bet the time you said that, probably on a lot of these, I will never tell anyone about this at all. And now you just told 18 radio stations.
Please don't tell anyone about this.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Yeah, prior to this, I would have never really
you and I.
brought this up.
Is this why you bought all that Amway crap from her? You felt bad?
No, that was before that, actually.
Okay. I will buy your thope.
I was trying to reward her for all of her hard Amway work, and that's what she got.
What did she say?
Nothing.
I mean, she was
good
just,
about it.
No, I mean, it was basically, don't
Thank
worry
you for
about
being
it. It's okay.
Thank you for being so polite to me.
What did you say? Did you apologize?
I'm guessing, I'm paraphrasing my own self here, but I'm guessing I said something like, "Oh God, I'm sorry."
Oh boy,
there's nothing to say.
Yeah, I mean, she was there. She knows it. It was terrible. It was awful. But I was happy to practice more and more.
I'm so sorry. Sorry I did that.
Sorry that sucked. Sorry that was the worst.
All right, what's number 4? That was a good start right there.
Yeah, that's good. You suck at sex.
Yeah. When during an assembly in the cafetorium.
I did it again.
I did it.
It happened again, spontaneously. I rubbed up against the bleachers.
This was slightly earlier. I don't know the exact grade. This is 2nd or 3rd grade. I'm not positive. But anyway, during an assembly in the cafetorium for everyone at Pine Tree Elementary, which was kindergarten through 5th grade, all the teachers, everybody, I cried during a showing of Pete's Dragon.
Started crying.
And I don't know why. I don't remember anything about Pete's Dragon other than what Pete's Dragon kind of moderately looked like.
I don't even know what it is.
Some Disney film of some sort or another.
That's fantastic.
That's what your principal called his penis. His name was Pete.
Pete Cyrek.
Oh, God. No. All right. My next one is every time I went up to bat, the one season I played baseball in 3rd grade. Because I scored every time I got on base. Unfortunately, I could only get on base if I got hit by a pitch.
Yeah, the coach just said, you lean your bony back into one, nerd.
I scored 4 times that season, and each time I had been hit by a pitch.
Hot Wings is one of those kids
whose
pants
fast,
were way too baggy. He looked like he was a player from 1948. All the other kids looked like they actually knew what they were doing.
Like a throwback. I was clueless. The only thing I was good at was running. Okay, when you get on a base and the ball gets hit by somebody who's actually moderately athletic for a 3rd grader, then you run like the wind.
Yeah,
I can do that.
You were that little putz on Bad News Bears. What was his name? Wasn't Tanner Ogilvie? One of the real loser out in the outfield.
Oh, I was too. Out in right field, never had anything come out there ever, and only got on base when I got hit, and I knew I was terrible. I knew I sucked.
It's a bad feeling.
I mean. My number 2, counting backward, is the time that I was forced to go to the blackboard in Mr. Smelser's 6th grade math class.
Uh-oh.
With a gargantuan chub.
You did, man. Jeez.
That only happened in movies.
Oh, my God, it was the worst, too, because I don't know what we were doing. I don't know which math type problem we were doing.
Pants?
Well,
that's what I learned on that
Superbad.
Superbad. You just tuck it into your waistband.
There was no hiding it.
That's right. I forgot. You're huge. It was probably hitting your chin.
Tucking it into the waistband does not hide a big boner when you're standing at the chalkboard.
It's hitting the pencils stuck into the ceiling tile.
You should have just worn it like a belt.
Tapped your eye.
Sorry, teacher.
No, I'll never forget. We were doing that stupid math problem, and it was, most of the time if I got called to the blackboard, I didn't care, you go up and do whatever. But this was the one time where you're just going, don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me. Chris, go to the board. Sorry, Mr. Smelser, I don't know how to do it. I don't know what the answer. Don't worry, go up and we'll work our way through it.
Oh, no, you're up there with a big
rod.
rod.
There are other people that can do this. No, I want you to go up there.
No,
God.
Yeah, but I have a boner. Oh,
he knew. The teacher knew.
I think he did. Yeah, I wanted to see it.
Number 1 most embarrassing moment.
And I think I've referenced this before, when my mom caught me looking at the bathing suit pictures in the Sears catalog, when it was clear that I was looking at them for purposes of self-pleasure.
Were your pants off?
I was under the covers.
Okay.
So my mom didn't see anything, but it was pretty clear. Well, why else would you be under the covers and looking at swimsuit pictures?
Yeah. Your mom would have to be a fool not to put 2 and 2
and
together.
I was like 12 or 13.
Right,
I mean, it was
pretty
obvious, and that was terrible, and I was very upset at that moment that there was not a lock on my bedroom door.
Yep.
She walked in and just went, "Ooh, that's my big boy."
Yeah, that's what my mom did. She talked sexy, but sounded like you.
And then did you say, I know it is big. Yeah. It is big. It's right there.
Yes, Mom, look.
That's
look
why
what I've been blessed in.
Shopping with for bikinis.
Mr. Smelter likes to touch it at the blackboard.
Mine's bigger than
this freak.
Mine is bigger than Pete's Dragon.
Mom, did you know that all my embarrassing moments involve penis?
They did. Well, actually, they didn't.
Except baseball.
And Pete's Dragon. And, but,
we already talked about that was penis.
Yeah.
It was
sorry, that's right.
After we might have modified it a little, but generally you agreed.
It is the Friday Top 5. Hot Wings is gone. I have gone. That dried I must have been a little nervous, a little uptight, because it dried my throat out. Who's up next? I forget. I heard you draw.
Joe.
I think it was Joe.
All right, Joe.
So we'll get to Joe and Zane, if we can, in this one segment, and then we'll save Steve for the last one. Joe's right. He said during the break we got to start doing this earlier.
Yeah,
Clearly
we sure
that is a
do.
fact.
Takes the whole
Didn't think it
day.
would take so long. Joe,
This will be
top
pretty
5
quick.
most embarrassing moments.
I believe this will be pretty quick.
I thought the same about mine.
I'm so ruined, by the way, right now. All right, number 5. It's a tie between the very first Joe and Ben show and replaying the Terror Report 4.5 years ago.
Okay, I would have to say the Terror Report. It has to be. Well, you know what? Just because the Joe and Ben show, it took so long. We did several weeks of it. Boy, you had a lot of apprehension in that. You felt pretty mortified.
Yeah, but it was mostly just, I mean, it got easier as the weeks went on, but at first it really bumped me out.
You
especially
were
that first time.
genuinely mad at me for stealing that?
At first I was pretty pissed.
And I actually understand why you would have been, because I did steal it from your home. You didn't volunteer to give it to us.
Joe,
but you have to admit, you would have done the same thing to us.
Joe and Ben show. Joe was at a college, did this little radio show, and he had a few tapes of it. This is before he ever got started with us, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
And we did these nice little pieces, like a minute and a half worth of it, for like a period of weeks. And Joe was mortified at how brutal it was.
Joe had always told us there was no tape of it, and so then when we got invited to his house for his 25th birthday party, surprise, we're standing in a quarter waiting for Joe to get there, and I look to my left and see 2 cassette tapes. And I looked at Hot Wings and I said, "What do you think?" And he said, "Those are ours."
They're actually labeled Joe and Ben show.
Yeah.
So, what were we to do?
Devastating. That's a killer punch.
Yeah. And then there's the terror announcement. When we were off on Best Of, Joe was hosting, we were off on vacation, Joe was hosting Best Of. London terror attack. Joe had to go on the air because the general manager busted in and said, "Be the news guy." What?
57 degrees outside, mostly sunny. The time is 8:04 right now. If you haven't heard, there has been explosions in London, 6 of them, actually, in the subway. Tore open a packed double-decker bus. 2 people dead, and things are still opening up as we speak, and I'll let you know if any new information comes up. Coming up, Talk to the Tape with Jack Black.
Those are rough, because here you are trying to break into the broadcast world and get going, and then you're exposed and made fun of.
All right, that is almost exactly 4 years ago, probably to the day.
Yeah.
Because we were off for my honeymoon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Absolutely. And I had never run Best Of before, and obviously
fat.
I'd
You
only
had no
been
confidence.
here for a short amount of time. Well, number 4 is actually doing it that day. I did that after Phil burst in, and I was so nervous, as you just heard. I couldn't believe it.
You're embarrassed.
I'm still freaking out, sweaty palms, shaking actually, and I picked up the phone. For some reason, I was actually taking phone calls, not to air, but just for some reason, I picked it up, and all I hear is, "You are an effing hack." And I hung up.
Somebody called to let you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was not a joke. It was someone who hated me. And dude, it was brutal. And that did not help. So I got through the rest of the show. Really quick breaks, quick on and off. Nothing much to it. Traffic report. I actually left this studio, and I looked down the corners to make sure nobody was coming because I didn't want to face anybody.
You didn't want to make eye contact?
No eye contact.
Brutal.
I went to the office, our old office that's near the lunchroom where a lot of people walk by, and I closed the door, which we never did. I never did. I closed it, and I sat there, and I just did nothing for a while. I was so devastated.
Oh,
God, that was brutal.
That stinks.
Okay,
number
3.
The last 3, these are all involving the teen years and girls. And number 3 was I was told and vaguely remember now, after a night of drinking, there was this really hot girl way out of my league who had a boyfriend. I had just walked outside of a house party. I puked all over the place. And I was sitting right next to my big puddle of puke.
Ooh.
And this girl came out, and she sat next to me for some reason, and all in a drunken state, I asked her to make out with me. I think I said it as blatant as that. "Kiss me, make out with me." You just puked. No, I didn't.
It's like
It's
super
right
bad.
there. It was.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
You're Jonah Hill in super bad. Did you also give her a black eye?
I probably should have. But no, that was brutal. And I actually.
No, you probably shouldn't have hit her.
I probably shouldn't have. But
should have.
I passed out there,
Should've hit
so
her.
I had to wake up.
Should have assaulted a woman.
I had to wake up in the house with all the guys had left. I passed out, and all the dudes left, and it was like a chick sleepover. And I woke up, and there's all these chicks that I embarrassed myself in front of the night before, or one of them, but I'm sure they all knew at this point. That was devastating.
All right.
It sure would be.
Number 2.
Mm-hmm.
So brutal. And I got to be really careful. This was freshman year. I was fooling around with a girl at my house. We had skipped class to go to my house.
Mm-hmm.
And she got up to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And when she came back, I did not notice it. But what she saw was me with my fingers under my nose.
All right, I think we get it.
To be honest, when there's like these jokes about women, like, oh, she smells like fish, and we know that smell can come from your private area.
That's true. And for me, it is.
I don't know how that clip applies.
Yeah, anyways.
I don't get it.
No idea. Well, that certainly would have been embarrassing, Joe.
And I looked up to see her with the most disgusted look on her face, and she just turned and walked out of the house.
Is that when your mom left your dad?
Absolutely.
No. Oh, God. All right.
So
There's an
when was the last time you talked to Mima?
Oh, damn it. Oh, brutal.
So that happened.
What'd it smell like?
Good.
So she should be proud. Number 1.
Okay.
Number 1. Really similar to Hot Wings standing up in the classroom story, but I was not called to go up to the blackboard. It was in 8th grade, and I was sitting right next to a girl I really liked, and I knew that class was ending soon, and I had a rager.
Mm-hmm.
It was just there. So I knew in the silence before class ended, I couldn't just shuffle around and shove my hand in my pants and pull it up to my waistband.
Right.
So everybody is standing up at the end of class, and I decide to smoothly stand up while doing it somehow, and I pulled it up.
Hang on, let me just ask my boner.
My pants, the fly was down, and
Was there a wet spot?
No, but it made its way out.
It got out?
It got out.
It actually got out of your
pants? It got out, and I was standing up.
Wait a minute.
You uncorralled right there in class?
Hanging out? You could have been arrested.
He should have been.
I should be now. I exposed myself to an 8th grade girl.
Talk about a boner.
Yeah, you were a pedophile.
I was a pedophile in 8th grade. It was unbelievable, and that was probably the worst thing that's ever happened. That and number 2, those are both number 1.
I think 2 is.
So when you stood up, instead of just grabbing like a book or a notebook and holding it in front of your pants,
yeah,
you decided to try to readjust, and you somehow managed to flop out your chub.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even know how that's possible.
No. Never on my list of ways to fix the errant one would it be unzip, bring it out, and put it back in.
It wasn't unzip, bring it out, put it back in. The fly happened to be down while I was bringing it up, and of course it wants to get out anyways, and there was its chance. It made its escape.
Looking to make a run for it.
But
God, talk about bad timing.
Even so, I mean, I've accidentally left my zipper down before, but my penis has never fallen out.
Yeah, there's been a lot of errant penises.
Were you
to
trying
show
to
members.
adjust it at the time because it was a huge boner?
Well, even so.
Were you? No.
Yeah, but usually
it got hung up.
It's actually It seems like it would be harder for it to come out when it was engorged.
Well, quit. You know what? Quit talking about it, 'cause he's going to want to reenact it just to show you.
Yeah, go sit by Steve, Joe.
Let me show you how it happened.
So that was Hot Wings and producer Joe's 5 most embarrassing moments.
Mm-hmm.
If you missed mine, we'll have those for you in 30 minutes. And then Zane and Steve will share theirs today at 9 Eastern, 8 Central.
Okay.
So that's all on the way.
Nice.
Up next, a couple of 911 calls. What happens when you call 911 to tell them you're going to rob a bank? That's right, you're going to rob a bank. This is a fairly compelling call. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
I'm madder than fish grease.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
In seconds, we have a couple of peculiar 911 calls to share with you. One involving, of all things, Garth Brooks' sister. And the other one, a man that wanted to rat himself out for a crime he was about to take part in. We'll get to what Hot Wings thinks towards the end of this hour. What's your topic, Hot Wings?
Things that dance on my computer.
Okay. Also, we'll talk about Tom Watson and the British Open this weekend, or as they call it, the Open. And also the American soldier being held hostage by the Taliban. We got to play some of the audio of that. That is
Oh, boy.
a terrible story.
Yeah.
At some point, I got to tell you about the Kid Rock show from Friday night. My experience there. There was something really unexpected that I didn't during the show that I saw. That was it was really cool. Everybody seemed to really like it. That I so did not expect. A tribute. That probably gives it away, but nevertheless, it was cool.
Tribute.
Yeah. There was a tribute, and there was.
In my head, I went to Walter Cronkite.
There was a lot of
Billy Mays.
There's a lot of observations for the show. And the woman in front of me,
I don't get it.
There's a practice that takes place at concerts that, I almost got in a fist fight over it. I almost got punched by a woman over it that takes place at concerts that I don't understand why people do it.
I don't either.
I screamed a woman down, and there was a massive incident, and I was very mean. Said something very, very mean to a stranger. I actually felt bad about it after, and I set it down. I go, should I go apologize? She goes, no, let it go.
You wrote what you said to her, and I believe you were justified.
Oh, good. Excellent. Because, you know what?
Because I believe what she was doing is inappropriate.
Well, I didn't include, and when I wrote it, was I kept telling her to stop it. I go, I was being polite at first.
I gave you that benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
I assumed that wasn't your opening salvo.
Oh, man.
Because I've seen you in circumstances like this before. So we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on as well. Remember, you're invited to the Chevy Open House. You can get into a new Chevy with low, straightforward pricing on remaining 08 and 09 models. Simple. Price is on the tag. The price on the tag is the price you pay. Go to Chevy.com/open house for details. Excludes Corvette ZR1 at participating dealers only. 1-800-947-3979. So these two 911 calls. Let's get to the first one about Garth Brooks' sister. This one's just weird on the principle alone because of the fact that the woman goes out of the way to report who's acting peculiar.
Okay.
Police, what is your emergency?
Hi, I live at 733 South 142nd, and my neighbor across the street, which happens to be Garth Brooks' sister, is butt naked in her front yard.
Across the street from your address?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
Her name is Betsy, and I'm not sure if she's drunk or what, but she's looking for a Mustang that doesn't even exist. And
like a car?
Yeah.
No, a horse, you stupid idiot.
A horse.
A car? A Mustang?
She's got a baseball hat on, and that is it.
Can I get your name?
My name's Amy. I don't mean to laugh, but this is the funniest thing ever.
Okay. So,
but
is she out there by herself?
Huh?
Is she out there by herself?
She's by herself, but I think her girlfriend's in the house.
All right.
Her partner.
Uh-oh.
All right, I'll go ahead and send an officer over there, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So,
bye-bye.
So we've learned a lot of things in this call. First of all, the 911 operator is dumb. Second of all, this woman is a blathering idiot. And
who's been waiting for something bad to happen so she could tell everyone about it.
And is laughing at the apparent breakdown of the sister of Garth Brooks, who apparently is a lesbian, according to this woman.
And all very pertinent information that it's Garth Brooks' sister. And that she's a lesbian.
Yeah, you know that every time she has told any story about her neighbor, it has included the phrase, who happens to be Garth Brooks' sister. It's a real busybody there.
Yeah, completely.
my God.
Yeah, thanks. Almost as it was turned out to be really, really nosy. Not like this. Well, if something like this happened, she'd want to know what is my wife. Queen of nosy, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, big time. Big time. She is nosy about all my kids' relationships in terms of the drama that's going on between the girls, like my daughter and some of her friends. There's always some drama. Somebody's mad at somebody for playing with another friend.
Yeah.
And she is so involved in that. It's crazy how nosy she is.
She is, and I wouldn't have said nosy because in the things that she's asked me about, they were pertinent. But I've noticed that she's very direct, whereas some people will sort of dance around and sort of hope you'll provide some info about something. Your wife will say, "So what's the deal with this?" And it's never been inappropriate. But I've always thought, wow, that's a gift right there.
There's this one a-hole lives down the street, a-hole kid nobody likes, and my son's best friend. My son is out of town, and so my son's best friend was playing with him yesterday, and my wife sees my son's best friend and a-hole kid riding down the street, and she goes, "What is he doing with him?" Oh no, this is not good. What do you mean? Well, playing with him, and that kid is an a-hole. I go, yeah, I know. So what? Whatever. Let's leave him alone. He'll figure it out. I know, but something has to be done. No, sure doesn't.
Something has to be done.
I gotta get to the bottom of this.
I better call some other parents.
They were both alone and bored and teamed up.
Everybody playing. They're riding a bike together.
Bike riding, you know what that leads to? Someday driving a car.
Well, everybody knows what happens.
That's a gateway transportation thing.
Your son's friends were out of town, so he went slumming.
Yeah.
He decided to hang out with the kid no one likes because it's like, well, better to hang out with him than no one.
This kid is a problem, though, man.
This other 911 call also features someone having a breakdown. This one actually, it's pretty sad but pretty compelling. Listen to this as the guy calls 911 about himself.
Can I help you? Can I help you? My name is Terrence Sermani, and I've been mentally unstable for pretty much all my life.
Okay.
I can't live in this world anymore.
Where are you at, sir?
I'm on Rusk Avenue. I'm heading to Wachovia Bank. I've got a note. I'm going to rob the bank. I need to go to prison. I need some help. I can't live like this anymore. I'm not a normal person.
What are you driving, sir?
Ma'am, I'm walking. I got black shirt on, brown pants, white tennis shoes, and I'm right now turning into the Wachovia, walking just past the bridge. Don't try to stop me because I want to go to prison.
Now, he says he has a note. If I'm the 911 operator, I say, do you have a weapon too? No, ma'am, I don't. She immediately should call the bank and say, don't give this guy anything. Just ignore him and tell him to go away.
Shoot him.
Do you have any weapons on you, sir?
Oh, there we are.
Of course not. I'm not crazy.
Oh, there we are.
I'm mentally unstable and not doing well, but I'm not crazy. I'm not going to get shot. I just want to rob this bank and go to prison. All right, I'm at the front door.
Do what, sir?
I'm at the front door. I'm going in.
Sir, why don't you just wait outside and talk to an officer?
No, ma'am. I need to go to prison.
Sir? Hello?
What happened?
Wow.
I guess he went in, and they eventually they talked to him. I don't know if he's going to prison or if he was committed. I mean, clearly, obviously, the prison is not the number one source for mental health care. So he was a little bit misguided. But the fact that he said, ma'am, I'm mentally unstable, but I'm not crazy. I'm not going to shoot someone or get shot.
Can you believe that?
It's always odd to hear someone who is crazy but sounds coherent like that.
So that's the deal. If banks know you don't have a weapon, they will give you the money.
Yeah.
They will. They just offer this, all right, here you go. Now, well, they're going. I mean, it doesn't matter to them, really.
Because if you even insinuate that you have a weapon, then the charges go through the roof, don't they?
Yeah, because it becomes armed robbery. Even if you're not armed. If you say you're armed, if you lead people to believe that you are armed and you cause that kind of panic, then it's armed robbery.
I wonder if you wrote on the note, I do not have a weapon and I am unwilling to hurt anyone. Give me $1,000.
Yeah.
I think they're trained to just cooperate.
Because you could just say, well, that's a request. I wasn't going to force you.
In that case, I'm guessing that they would just try to keep them there for a while as they press the happy button underneath the countertop.
Probably. It's got to be crazy.
Oh, man.
1-800-947-3979. We'll get to what Hot Wings thinks coming up in just a little bit. Tom Watson nearly wins one for the ages and the aged at the British Open over the weekend. We'll get to that. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
When was the last time you talked to your sister, Joe?
I'll bet it's measured in months.
Last time you got laid? Is that what you just said?
Haven't talked about banging my sister in a while. Check out the website, freebeerandhotwings.com. You can see the photograph of the tragic Wienermobile crash this weekend.
What the?
Well, not tragic. No one got hurt. Seriously, anyway.
Wienermobile crash.
Crashed into a house. I guess
it was
probably
like a 90-year-old guy driving there or something?
Must have been. Looking for a farmer's market.
That is tragic.
I guess there's multiple Wienermobiles.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's like 10 or 12 of those things.
Can't have too many.
Yes, you can. One is too many.
Every once in a while we'll meet a radio person. Probably will at the end of this month when we go to radio camp in another 10 days or so, where they're like, yeah, well, this year drove the Wienermobile, took my kids to school in it. I'm pretty much the cat's ass.
The Wienermobile.
And everybody else in the room goes, wow, that's not interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, a couple news notes before we get to what Hot Wings thinks this weekend. 59-year-old Tom Watson put on a show that brought, I'm not someone who watches golf tournaments regularly, but as I kept seeing this, if he would have won the British Open at the age of 59, he would have been 11 years older than the oldest to ever win a major.
Yeah.
It's been 26 years since he himself won a major and 11 years since he won a golf tournament. I mean, he's just a lot of times these old great golfers will go and they'll play because they can. They have the exemption as a past champion or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And every once in a while, one of them is a story. Greg Norman was in contention last year, but Tom Watson, even older than him.
That would have been great.
This was the key moment on the final hole. If he makes this putt, it's all over.
It's an 8 to 10 footer. I actually like this distance. He can stroke this one. He's going to make this and win.
Thanks for jinxing him.
Yeah, way to go. That's what happens every time somebody makes a nice, bold prediction.
No, Baby did up there. And so we'll have a 4-hole playoff with Tom Watson and Stuart Sink.
I noticed.
Watson bogeys the 72nd hole. With a zero confidence putt.
The jerk that made that bold prediction says nothing after he misses it.
I actually like this distance. He can stroke this one. He's going to make this and win.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know about stroking.
Yeah. Baby did up there. And so we'll have a 4-hole playoff.
And in the 4-hole playoff, Stuart Sink was perfect, and Tom Watson was very imperfect.
I think Watson was distracted by Sink's clothing.
Yeah, lime green.
Whoa.
Good look.
Man, the cap and the shirt matching.
Yeah, he was either distracted at that or the fact that at 59 he's got a pretty odd wife, too. She looks good for her age. I don't know her age, but she looks good. Here is Tom Watson. Says, losing is a great disappointment. I wonder if he's going to add, and I'm also disappointed that announcer said I was going to win.
Well, it would have been a hell of a story, wouldn't it? It wasn't to be. And, yes, it's a great disappointment. It tears at your gut, as it always has torn at my gut. It's not easy to take. I put myself in position to win. Didn't do it in the last hole. Playoff was... it was just one bad shot after another, and Stuart did what he had to do to win.
Sink wins, makes his final putt. Boy, by the way, Watson in that one of those extra holes put in like a 7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what really sunk him.
He hit it into that tall grass and then tried to hit it out.
Yeah, it was all over the place.
Like putt. It went 8 feet, landed in the incredibly tall grass again. The announcers didn't even say anything.
No, that was a disaster. He would have had more accuracy if he threw it in the air and kicked it.
Isn't it amazing when you're watching a guy like that who is poised to win the British Open,
gets the
and
yips,
all of a sudden he falls apart and looks like one of us golfing?
Yeah,
really.
And you're just, because when you watch and you just go, God, I swear to God, I could do that well.
Mm-hmm.
I could have beat him on that hole.
He hits a house throws his club, cracks a beer.
Mm-hmm.
I was genuinely bummed watching this. I was really interested, rooting for him when he had that putt lined up to win it on the 72nd hole. And I'm like, oh, he's going to make it. And then the announcer said, he's going to make this. He's going to win. I went, no, don't say that. Don't say it.
There were only 5 people on the planet that wanted Stuart Sink to win, and that was Stuart Sink and his family.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Stuart Sink's a major champion.
Whatever.
He'll raise the claret jug. 2009 Open champion.
Stuart Sink on winning his first major.
A lot of emotions running through my mind. Right?
Nobody cares about you. We don't want to hear you.
No, I don't want to hear your emotions.
We want to hear Watts.
You have a silly nerd name.
Whatever.
So that's very disappointing. So that was one of the big stories. But the big story from a real news standpoint this weekend, because sports is one thing, but this is real news. And this is some scary stuff, and that is a U.S. soldier being held captive.
How did it happen?
By the Taliban.
Was there any word? I mean, how in the world this guy could have gotten captured?
I believe he said that he was out on patrol with a couple of Afghani soldiers.
Yeah.
And then they were taken captive.
No kidding. That's weird to think that they would just have a small little number of men like that.
I had heard one report that said they were lagging behind. And I don't know if it's a case of separated from the herd or what. But
wow. Here's his first clip.
Well, I'm scared. Scared I won't be able to go home.
What was that picture of yellow liquid in front of him? They give him Mountain Dew, or is that where he goes to the bathroom? It's right in front of him when he's making these statements.
It is very unnerving to be a prisoner.
I'm sure it's Mountain Dew.
I have my girlfriend who is hoping to marry. I have my grandma and grandpas. I have a very, very good family that I love back home in America. And I miss them every day that I'm gone. I miss them. And I'm afraid that I might never see them again, and that I'll never be able to tell them that I love them again. I'll never be able to hug them.
Are these the type that do the old head cut off thing? Is this the same group?
I don't know.
It's been so while since
I don't know. I don't remember
that
if it
rash
was
of
the
them,
Taliban that did that or
Daniel Pearl.
Nick Berg.
Oh,
I think were the names.
He was.
I think
he wasn't like a contract. He was military, wasn't he? Berg.
I thought he was like a civilian that went over there.
I don't remember. It's been so long.
Yeah, I think he was a civilian contractor.
Yeah,
type deal,
like a communications expert or something.
Boy, man. Taliban captured U.S. soldiers. Same guy sending out a message to Americans.
Any message to your people? Yes.
Who was that?
That's
He's
them
being coached.
Yeah.
My fellow Americans who have loved ones over here, who know what it's like to miss them, you have the power to make our government bring them home. Please bring us home so that we can be back where we belong and not over here.
So he doesn't feel this, right? They're obviously telling him what to do.
He's definitely being coached, yeah.
Wasting our time and our lives.
I get it now.
And our precious life that we could be using back in our own country. Please bring us home. It is America, and the American people have that power.
What if he got like balls of steel and he said, I'm not saying that, you filthy pigs. President Obama, please blow up this entire land and make it glass. I want nothing but oblivion. Blow them all up.
I don't know if they'd still hand that DVD out.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think they do them live. If it was
Can
live,
you
boy,
imagine?
in their face.
They're like all pissed off. Like, oh, wait a minute, we told you.
You're doing it all wrong.
God, we bought 10 minutes of satellite time. That's really expensive.
Damn it, man, we talked about it.
I can't imagine, on a serious note, being the family
No.
and seeing a loved. I can't imagine what that would be like.
Can you imagine if the one guy that they capture is actually a guy who has no family, no ties, nothing, and couldn't care less whether he lived or died?
He's like, I'm kind of like the food. And
The Taliban's all bummed out because they got the one guy who doesn't give an F about anything.
His clothing is very comfortable.
The reason I joined was because I didn't have much else going on.
Relatively unattached.
No biggie.
Well, hopefully he'll be returned safely. Obviously, the U.S. is not going to negotiate with terrorists. That's a long-standing principle.
Boy, that is tough. That is really, really tough.
Yeah. What do you do? I mean, they're doing a manhunt for him, but how do you, even if you know the location?
Yeah, pretty tough.
How do you get him out safely? That's really difficult. I mean, you almost have to negotiate if he's going to come home alive.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free beer, Zane, and listeners. I hate crap that dances on my computer. You know, you go to a website and there's an ad for another website or service that has some 5-second avatar of a chick dancing or juggling or some other crap in order to draw your attention. Does that work on anyone? Yeah, I'm going to weather.com to find out the weather. But, ooh, while I'm here, let me click on the link for lowermybills.com. How can I not? There's a tiny little woman in a tight shirt and clingy skirt doing some sort of Elaine Bennis stomp and juggling a green ball on the right side of my screen. It's so mesmerizing. And so much more of a draw than the old days when some stupid company was using Spider-Man avatars to do the same thing. Probably the same company. I'm sure this stuff must work, otherwise no one would do it. But how is it that people are enticed by things that are so annoying? What kind of soft-headed window lickers think to themselves, I just wanted to know if it was going to rain today, but now I get the bonus of some company telling me how I can pay less for electricity by way of link denoted by some tart bouncing around like a drunk whore at a company Christmas party. Yay! Now, I don't mind ads. Every website has ads. I just don't like ads with dancing people. Our website doesn't have dancing people on it, does it?
No.
Good. Buy things from businesses with ads on our website. Thanks. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings. More of the Free Beer and Hot Wings show is next. And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings show.
I don't need to know how you are doing anal intercourse.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Barbara Walters and her review of Bruno.
Yep, because she already knows how to do it.
Right.
Why?
1-800-947-3979. Later on this hour, why did Eric Zane nearly get punched in the face by a lady this weekend? Lady, loose interpretation of the word.
What a beast.
Also, is Paula Abdul going to be looking for new work?
Yeah.
We'll get to that story coming up a little bit later on. It's the Friday Top 5, sort of, except it's Monday. We didn't get done.
Yeah.
So since we're going to be sharing Zane's and Steve's top 5 most embarrassing moments.
Steve, by the way, incredible amount of trepidation. Me, none. I'm a filthy pig on the air to begin with, so I'd say anything. Steve has not revealed these things before.
Zane, 4 of your 5 have been out before, right?
Yeah.
And Steve, none of your 5 have been shared. In fact, you told us Friday that 3 of your 5 you've told no one about ever before.
I think it's 3 of 5. Obviously, all 5 of mine have never been out on the air, but I think 3 of the 5, I'm pretty sure I've never told anybody.
Wow.
Not even, I don't even know if I've never told them because a few of them I just forgot about.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Put it behind you.
But a few of them, even if I remembered, I wouldn't have told people.
Really?
Yeah, back with a vengeance.
So what better way than to tell everybody?
Yep.
I was thinking about free beers all weekend. All weekend, specifically the ones about caca.
Oh, great. What's funny about, and I know you guys have experienced this before, and Joe has, and Steve probably will or has already, and that is the phenomenon that allows you to tell something on the air, but then if someone brings it up to you personally one-on-one, you don't want to talk about it.
No.
Example, I get home Friday, and my wife says she's looking at the emails, and a lot of them had references to the stuff that happened on Friday in the subject line, and she's looking over my shoulder, and she goes, what was your top 5?
Oh.
And I said, it's the 5 most embarrassing things. Oh, what were yours? I go, no, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
What do you mean you won't tell me? And I said,
that's all right.
It's different.
I sent her the audio.
Well, I think she's listening now because she asked when it was going to be revisited, and I said now. So here you go. Congratulations on not loving me anymore. This is my top 5. Hot Wings went first. His top 5 most embarrassing moments. Very good top 5 list.
Thank you.
I am next, then Zane or Joe, and then after that, Steve at the very end. Steve said he was hoping to go first to get it over with. Is it to get it over with, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not working out.
Yeah.
Steve's going last because we know we don't know any of his.
So it's you, then me. No, it could be Joe.
Could be Zane or Joe.
We'll
next.
have one out of the way.
It was Steve's job to choose the Friday Top 5 list. And by the way, if you ever think of, hey, that'd be good as a list for the Friday Top 5, you're welcome to send that to idiots@freebeerandhotwings.com.
Yeah, definitely.
One of us may pick it, and you may think of something that's fantastic, or we'll just give you credit for it.
Yeah.
Probably both, actually. I think some of mine I've referenced before. I know a couple of them I have. But collectively, it's not that fun. Number 5. This one has been embarrassing for a long time. It was embarrassing then, and it still makes me cringe now. I don't think I've ever said this on the air. It's not as bad as the rest of them, but somehow it's worse if you haven't mentioned it before. Hotwig, did you find that? That maybe an incident that, in the grand scheme, wasn't as embarrassing to you, but if you hadn't said it on the air before, that makes it worse. Yeah. And that is the fact that I went to my senior prom alone. That is depressing, nerdy, and I'm a loser. That's embarrassing to admit it now.
I mean, you walked in by yourself?
You went stag?
I did not have a date. I said, because I was
not even stag. You have to go with other dudes.
Yeah, that.
I went with other dudes, but I did not have a date.
Did you walk in the door by yourself? Did you drive there by yourself?
No, it was me and 2 other guys in the car.
Did you guys get your pictures taken together?
No one else had dates. We did not get our pictures taken together. But I did have to sit at they had sort of a head table set up for the class officers, and there were 7 chairs. And 1 plate turned over, so they didn't put food there where my date would have gone. Because I was the class president so I had to sit in the front, in front of everyone.
Is that why you went? Because you were class president? Is that why you even went?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I was talked into going, and they said, well, you should go because you have to do the...
Yeah, didn't you have
ask anyone to be your...
anyone, your mom, your sister, a cousin, something like that?
Well, not even that. Even a hag that no one likes.
Yeah,
who cares?
That was my problem is... I was unwilling to it. No, I didn't. I actually got asked by 2 girls and said no to both.
Why?
Because I thought I was better than I was. I know now that I was a loser, but then I thought, she is below me.
Oh, okay.
I'd rather go alone than go with her.
But
Fact, that was a loser.
You didn't ask any no hotter chicks?
I did. I asked one girl, and she never got back to me. That's embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah.
I was stupid.
Well, you're young, but still.
But yeah, that's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like the video, like later, I found the video one time when I moved and I went, I'm going to pop this in because I had done a lot of presentations that night, the mock awards and stuff, no doubt thinking I was hilarious. Fact, not as hilarious, sitting there by yourself, zit-faced.
Wait a
telling
second.
jokes.
We need that.
Do you still have that tape?
No.
Oh,
actually, maybe I do. I shouldn't say no.
Oh, boy.
I should say maybe, but it's in the box with other videotapes that everyone I've tried, they have not worked.
Oh, that would be quite a get.
Just
if
give
I have
me the box. Give us the box. And
if I have it, I'll take it to the video place where I had my wedding DVD done.
I don't know.
No, I think you will.
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I?
I don't know.
I knew the ramifications when I said it was on videotape, sir.
I want shed ball, and I
want shed ball.
Cracking jokes at your prom while you're alone in Puss Facey.
He caught Chelsea in the White House bathroom with a camel making out with a Marlboro man. Don't worry, though. She told her dad.
I didn't inhale. You know what makes it...
Okay, now best dressed.
You know what makes it better, though?
Class jock.
Do you know what makes
likely to succeed? Oh, it's me. I'm alone.
Less depressing and less embarrassing is sitting on the panel on the front head table next to the 2 girls you've had a crush on since 8th grade while they sit there with their boyfriends getting ready to go bang them later on that night while I'm going to go to the after party with 8 other losers that don't have a date.
Yeah.
I'm right back there now.
Come on, let's go back to the room and watch the Pistons.
Vinnie Johnson's starting.
Hey, how about the microwave off the bench?
I wish this wasn't true. I don't feel good.
I bought Chuck Daly's book. I'll read it to you.
I love Daddy Rich.
I will stop you when you say something that seems not true.
What do you think?
Did the date that you asked to go who never got back to you end up going? Was she there?
She was from a different school.
Oh, okay.
Who's your favorite tiger?
I assume she killed herself.
I love Guillermo Hernandez.
A lot of people still call him Willie, but I know he wants to be called Guillermo.
One of my friends took a girl that we met while we were playing basketball at the community center, and he said, you should ask her to prom. And I said, yeah, I think I will. And then he asked her before I had the chance.
Oh,
and then you thought of her. Well, you were pleasing yourself.
So I got to look at that.
To an image of John Sally.
Playing Stratomatic.
Hey, I brought Tank Battle and Stratomatic.
Hard to believe I wasn't more popular.
Did you know that Risk is the global world team of domination?
I'm glad I turned down those two girls. I'm so much better than them by myself right now.
Hey, look, I brought my television.
Axis and Allies guy. I remember one time after my wife and I first started dating, we went back to one of my friend's house, and all of my friends from high school were there. And we were all getting drunk in the garage. And when we left, my wife said, "So which of those girls did you date?" And I went, "None of them."
Oh.
Why? And I go, "Because I was a loser." Aw, still am. Number 4. This one I would label too old to cry publicly, similar to what Hot Wings said. 7th grade was the first year that we played basketball against other schools. And so you really have it feels like you're growing into young adulthood. There are fans in the stands watching the games. We had cheerleaders. And so we played our second game ever, and we played in what I would call the cafetorium. It was the gym cafeteria, and the floor is not hardwood. It's some sort of
multi-purpose floor.
Multi-purpose floor.
Yeah, it's tile.
We win the game. I play a minor role. I take 2 shots. I make both. I'm feeling great about me. I still remember exactly the stat line. That's right. The Bullet Creek Lancers have been vanquished and are leaving the floor sad.
Oh, those
I
kids.
wave to the crowd as we're going off because they're cheering and the fight song is playing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And
All right.
I am the first one to lead the team off through the tunnel of cheering cheerleaders, and as I turn the 90-degree corner to go to our locker room to change into my 18 Piston shirts I brought with me to make sure I had one that fit my mood, I slip on, I don't know, used French fry, water, fall flat on my face, land cheek first, and start crying.
What grade again?
7th. Too old to cry.
I disagree.
No, I don't know.
7th grade?
Are you kidding? That began laying the groundwork for all those same cheerleaders that wouldn't go with me to the prom 5 years later.
No, that is true.
No, that was too old to cry if you were old enough to be flaunting your awesome athletic prowess as you waved off the court.
Maybe it would help if you knew that I was wearing wristbands, headband, and had orange and black shoelaces in my shoes that alternated orange on top, black on the bottom in one foot, and the other way around on the other.
Okay.
Oh my God, you wiener. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does one of your other embarrassing moments involve basketball?
No, I left that one off. Are you talking about when I realized I was shooting a free throw and my wiener was hanging out?
What? Your penis was hanging out?
How did you?
Out of your pants?
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I was going to ask you if in this
I just
instance your
asked out of
penis
your pants.
also fell out.
I just asked out of your pants. No, my mouth. Stupid.
Out
of your
then
pants?
you might have to ask.
Laughing is my favorite. No, that was the
What
time.
a dumb question that was.
Yeah. What was your wiener hanging out of? Your sleeve?
That was another
My
time.
eye.
That time
There's a penis in my eye.
No, the time, this will be 3A then, or 4A. The time that my junk was hanging out, I had dove for a loose ball and been fouled in the process. And when I stood up, I shot the first free throw. And this was back in John Stockton shorts era.
Yeah.
When they were all short shorts. And as I went into my knee flex to do my 3 dribbles before shooting my second free throw, I felt airy and looked down, and the head of my crank was sticking out the bottom of my shorts.
Yeah. Look at that thing.
To this day, I don't know if anyone noticed, which actually makes it a little worse.
They did. They did. They saw your bulbous thing. Man. Good thing it wasn't you, Hot Wings. It would have had to mop the floor.
Would have scratched the floor. Yeah. Number 3. This one, I'm pretty sure that I've told no one about. And if I think, occasionally this will pop into my head.
Yeah.
And it'll actually make me shudder.
Oh.
And I'll start trying to think of something else. So, I had worked, this was the summer that I got my first radio job.
Okay.
And I had worked that morning at the radio station, driven to the Myers, which is a big department store for those who don't have them where they live, and worked there, and then had to go to my third job that day at the shoe store at the Finish Line in the Midland Mall. And so I decided at that point, I didn't decide anything. At some point during one of the first 2 jobs, I had gambled on a fart and lost.
Oh, you pooped your pants?
I had felt like I had cleaned it up enough, and my job at the Myers was fairly isolated.
And we've never heard this.
I don't think so. So I go to work at the shoe store. It's August, which means everyone's in there buying shoes for their children to go back to school. It's very busy.
Okay.
And on 2 occasions, the manager said, "Greg, did you fart?" And I said, no. And the second time I went, I thought I had this taken care of.
Oh, you were making gravy.
You were, man. Mixing with your sweat.
The place was
like ass paste.
The place was so busy that you would have to wait on 3 customers at once. And rather than keep me there, manager Brian Mitchell said, "Why don't you head home early? You've had a busy day."
Quaker cream of ass.
Which means that all of my coworkers, after I left, had to discuss how I smelled like poop.
You were that guy.
That one makes me want to cry now, but I said 7th grade was too old to cry. So.
Smell like poo. The boy smelled like poo.
You surely quit and moved away.
No, I went back. I wanted the money.
He had to work on his comedy routine. For the big dance.
No, this is after high school, sadly.
Well, maybe you thought you still had a chance to go to a prom.
Yeah, maybe I can meet some girls.
You were only 20.
That's great. He sent you home because you smelled like feces.
Oh, my God.
Sent home on account of bowel.
I don't think I can top these. I've told 4 out of my 5.
Number 2. This one I know I've told, but it's every bit as embarrassing. Well, now it's even more embarrassing because I have family that could be listening.
Oh, they are. They're listening right now to you. They already know that you poop your pants, your penis is falling out of your shorts.
Well, Dad was there for this one, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
May have forgotten.
You were molested.
What the hell?
That would be embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm offended on Al Roker's behalf. Good God. You were molested.
It's very hot in here. For the record, not true. Just in case there's somebody listening who would... Nope. No, that's not it, Joe. Good guess, though.
Good guess, though. I don't think it was a good guess. I thought that was just reckless.
God, I love the Friday Top 5. I love it more when it's Joe or Eric's or Steve's turn. Number 2, we were sitting at my sister and her soon-to-be husband's house. I had stayed with them for the weekend, probably about 8th grade. Mouthy, just as I always was.
I know this one.
My parents were there to pick me up, and they were having some nice conversation after dinner. And I decided, hey, I'm going to have a little attention on me. Time for showtime. Everyone, look how funny the 8th grader is. And I started making fun of something my sister was doing, and it apparently touched a nerve.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this was coming. You know how sometimes when you're making someone mad, you know that it's coming. You can see them boiling, and you realize, I better not keep going. You step over the boundaries. This was as much a surprise to me as if Jackie Manvoice came in here and punched me in the face right now. That kind of surprising.
Could you surprise him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm making fun of my sister, thinking we're all having a big laugh, and she says, well, at least I don't lay in my room and masturbate. My parents are there.
Now,
silence.
Now, if you know that because she watched you, or
yeah, that's it. That's it. She meant her room. I laid in her room. And...
Wait, so again, your dad was there?
You masturbated on your sister?
No. Right, this wasn't bad enough. I could have just shared 5 non-bad ones. I choose the best ones, and this is what happened.
I can't believe she divulged that info. What a weirdo. Yeah, weird family, man.
But the awkward silence was at least 50 times longer than Al Roker. I didn't even reply. I didn't even go, no, I don't. Because every night I had laid there and thought, I wonder if anyone knows.
What did you say to get her that worked up?
Yeah, it sounds like she killed
an atom bomb. Big.
It's like she was killing a fly with an atom bomb to me.
I only think I remember.
You realize I just told him no. He gave me a sound effect.
Number 1. I merely think I've shared this one on the air. I'm not positive that I have.
By the way, honorable mention, when you revealed on the air that you took a dump outside of the radio station.
Revealing that was far more embarrassing than doing it because no one knew I did it.
Mm-hmm. You had the job
Revealing it
interview
was way worse.
At the small town radio station, and on the day of the interview, just so happens small town radio guy is out to lunch.
Well,
no
before
one's
anyone
at the
got
radio
there,
station. You had to go to the bathroom, and amazingly, you had toilet paper in your car, and you cranked out in the field.
In the tall grass behind the trailer.
30 minutes later, you get the job. He immediately puts you on the air. While you're on the air, he starts mowing the tall grass.
And this was a foot and a half tall. This was weeds. This wasn't like yard.
And then you see him dragging his foot. He mowed your poo. And the paper's shooting out the side. And he comes and goes,
he actually said to me, some animal. Can you believe some animal went to the bathroom in that field with toilet paper? Probably last night.
You're there. All you want to do is ramp the Sonny Bono song. And so revealing that on the air gets honorable mention.
I almost said that one, but that would have felt like a cop-out. So, number one, I had just started at the radio station we worked at in Omaha. I'm wearing one of their logo shirts today. And I was supposed to just be the sports director and do sales, but they wanted to have me still be on the air, so I did from 10 until 11 every day on the air. And something I had eaten had not agreed with me, and once again there was a gamble.
Wow, you've done this a lot.
Well, twice.
Man,
probably 3 times.
Talked about it on the air, too.
I probably had this happen 3 times. 2 of them are 2 of the most embarrassing. This one, to me, considerably worse. Well, no, I don't know, because this one may have gone under the radar. The other one, clearly people knew. No, this is pretty embarrassing. It's actually pretty embarrassing to tell it again now, even though I think I've told you before. I'm actually pretty mortified to share this part.
You should be.
Yeah, I should be. I agree. It gambled bad enough that it damaged my pants, and that you could see it from behind.
I'm with you, man. I've been there. That ain't funny.
This is the bad part.
I was wearing white pants.
Wait, I was wearing khakis because I was dressing up for
I know
work.
it, man. That's no good when people can see your streak.
It also left a spot on the chair.
Oh, you pooped the chair? Oh, my God.
That's
Couldn't
not
you put
the end of the
brakes
story.
on? What did you do? You just go, well, it's good.
No, it was... I don't want to get into the specifics of how it, but...
You grinted.
Yeah, you grinted. The only thing that could have made it worse was if your shirt had been tucked into your underpants.
There is something that makes this worse.
You sniffed the chair.
Just wait. I'm telling you.
You licked it.
Just let it go. You'll be happy with what happens.
Okay.
The station goes off the air, and I go, well, since the station's off the air, I'm going to go home. I spilled some Diet Coke on my chair. No one cares. So I leave, frantically showering and changing pants at my apartment, which is not very far from the radio station. I race back as the thing's going to come on. Program director, our friend Bill, comes down the stairs, and I'm back in there now, and I'm about to take the chair, because now I got to figure out a way to have no one else ever use this chair again.
Right. Because
it's the air chair everyone sits in, and I don't want anyone to sit in it. So I'm pushing it out to the back, and Bill goes, "What you doing with that chair?" I think, I'll use the same lie. I spilled some Diet Coke on it, and that's why I went home and changed pants. Oh.
Okay, so you're still okay, I think.
He stuck his hand in it and smelled his fingers.
Oh, crap. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
I knew that he stuck his fingers. Even if it's Diet Coke, right?
Yeah.
But I had to look at him and watch him put his fingers in my feces and then put them by his nose.
Oh, no.
And then just sit there. What am I going to do? Tell him?
What did you do?
Bill, hey, I lied. That's my poop.
Oh, no.
What are you going to do?
What happened? Did he go yum and lick his fingers?
He made a funny face and went upstairs. I don't know if he ever knew or not. And
no.
Let's call him.
Yeah.
Get him on the phone.
He sniffed your squirt.
Oh, yeah, this Diet Coke smells like feces. I wonder why. He knows.
No wonder you spilled your Coke. It smells like poo.
Can't handle it. I can't handle this, man.
Well, those took a lot longer than I expected.
This is the most incredible thing I've ever experienced in my life. This is up there with the birth of my children. Somebody sniffed your poo.
See, in that one, let's
ridiculous.
assume for a minute he just went, I can't really smell anything. Because it had been an hour probably.
Oh, yeah, but I can't believe he did that. I think now it's off you. Who does
Yeah, that turns
Well,
into
I've always
his
been
most
mortified
embarrassing
that I ruined the chair at work. That's terrible.
He follows you out and scoops it up with his fingers and sniffs it.
Do you remember what I did with the chair? I threw it in the backyard underneath that tree, hoping the rain would wash it out, and then it stayed out there until we moved. That's what happened. It's probably still in a landfill behind that building.
Probably.
So that's my 5.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Commitments to show code. Very important.
Excellent.
Bill was also always a little slovenly. It doesn't surprise me.
That's an apt description of him.
Yeah, a little bit.
Good guy, but
a little frumpy.
I think he himself would say that he was
skin a little too oily.
Yeah. He was the kind of guy that would tuck his shirt in, and before he got out of the bedroom, one flap would be untucked over his pants.
Yeah,
and there'd be no explanation as to how that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
just how it went.
You got pizza on your shirt. When was the last time you had pizza? I don't know, a month ago. But that looks fresh. I know. I don't know what happened.
Impossible to explain.
That is incredible. What a big reveal.
Well, Zane and Steve will share their top 5 most embarrassing moments. Well, they'll do that, but not for about an hour and a half. Okay. Up next, why did Zane nearly get punched in the face by a woman at the Kid Rock concert Friday night? We'll have that story. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
I swear, that's the first time you've genuinely made me laugh.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Don't forget to check out the all-new Chevy Equinox with an EPA estimated 32 miles per gallon highway. Up to 600 highway miles on a tank. It's the most fuel-efficient crossover on the highway. Go to Chevy.com/Equinox. In a little while, Paula Abdul, she going to be looking for new work? Maybe. Also coming up a little bit later on, a story about somebody thinking they are being romantic and trying to woo a lady, and in fact, they were just being an awful creep, and now the lady's never going to see the person again. And we're going to ask ladies that are listening to this show to share the experiences you've had, because sometimes guys just miss the mark. Sometimes we're stupid, probably most of the time, where we just don't know what we're doing is going to come off wrong.
Yeah.
So we'll have you share those stories coming up a little bit later on.
Steve wants me to start dancing.
Why don't you?
No, I don't want to.
Yeah, just for us.
Feel the power.
No.
Don't you like this song?
I do.
Show us your moves.
No.
Doesn't your body want to be unleashed?
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Don't you want a reverse running man right now?
I don't feel appropriate dancing
for men.
Dancing in front of you.
Yeah, wearing too many clothes right now.
Yeah. I dance with clothes on. I don't dance nude.
Are you concerned about the number of sharpened corners in the building for the many hip thrusts that your dance includes?
My dance has never been current.
By the way, I should note, if you're going to email the show today, idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com is the only way to go. The Hotmail, if you send it just through the old Hotmail address, it's not going to work. Because we can't check it. It'll probably go through, but we can't check it.
It's all stupid.
Our company has decided they hate Hotmail, so you finally do have to update. Because before we could get it both ways, now just idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Well, that's weird.
So, Zane, you went to the Kid Rock show on Friday night. You and your wife?
I did. This was a big deal, man, because, the history behind this thing is, where the show was in Detroit, and there was, it's a big deal because that area especially, has been really kicked around economically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so this was, more so than most other places in the country. In fact, I would say it and the state are in dire straits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he has this massive block party type show. There's motocross guys doing jumps out in the parking lot, second stages, people, just a big party downtown at the ballpark. So that's cool. We go in and we get seated. The Lynyrd Skynyrd band is the first band on stage.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good. They sound just fantastic. And that's another band that's been through the ringer. I've had so many people die or leave the band. It's just unbelievable, the misfortune. Hell, they've been around so long, they've had replacement players die.
Which is really saying something.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You're the third-generation guitarist for Leonard Skinner.
They're like the Temptations.
Yeah.
There's like one guy.
But yet they can still, and most of the times when I see a band like that constantly updates and gets new members because of one thing or another, I usually don't jump on board with that. Mm-hmm. And I think there are 3 members of that band. Actually, there are only 2 members of that band that are original members. Mm-hmm. One is that Ricky Medlock that used to be friends with Pemberton, and the other one is Gary Rosington. Mm-hmm. And Medlock was only in back before they even got popular.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of weird. And the lead singer is the brother of the guy who died in the plane crash. But it was still really good. I still really, really enjoyed it. It was great. Mm-hmm. So then it comes time for Kid Rock. And so this is like my wife and I's favorite artist, and we've been looking forward to this. And so the show starts, and it didn't let down at all. And they're really tight. The band sounds great. Everything's going good. And then this happened. Now, where we were seated was right next to the stage, and they were expensive seats. And because we have to have actual seating, because forget general admission, because she's tiny. Mm-hmm. So you can't be in the super crowd of people. We had to be up close.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so it bugs the piss out of me when this happens. Someone decides to stand on their chair right in front of me.
Yeah, that's annoying.
And so this wide-assed floozy, drunk out of her mind, is standing right in front of me. I can't see anything. Mm-hmm. So I ask her to sit down. I go, hey, I can't see. Can you sit? And she kind of looks at me like I'm flirting with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's loud. Maybe she didn't hear me.
Now, were you guys standing also?
We were standing.
Were you sitting?
No, I wanted to stand and dance and see.
Okay.
I wanted to do my Eric Zane sex move dance.
Right. Yeah, you've got to.
But I want to be able to see the concert, but I can't because she's standing on the chair.
Sure. Yeah, it's okay to stand, but not on something.
Yeah,
right
I didn't plan on sitting the whole show.
Absolutely.
But I didn't plan on having to look around this big, fat, Lee-jeaned ass in front of me. Mm-hmm. And so then I tap her again. I go, hey, I can't. I motion I can't see. I'm doing like the John Cena thing. I'm waving my hand in front of my face, and I point to the ground. Get down. Mm-hmm. Now there's numerous people from the ballpark getting people off their seats, but they can't keep up. And I've got this woman in front of me, and she's wrecking it for me. Mm-hmm. Okay,
and that sucks.
And then so I tapped her again, and she looks at me, and I said. I screamed it. I don't want to do it now, but I screamed, sit the F down. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And she looked at me and gave me the finger and told me to F off. Mm-hmm. And then right about then a song ends, and there's enough noise that if I scream this, everybody's going to hear it in addition to her. I scream out so the whole world can hear, I didn't pay $350 to see your mom-pantsed fat ass in front of my face. Game time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's on now.
This bitch decides she's going to punch me. She gets off the seat.
Yeah.
Her friend has to hold her back because she's going to attack me. Mm-hmm. She's drunk, and I'm little.
Mm-hmm. And she's pretending you're a piece of fried chicken.
Yeah. And I'm like, and so I know I'm safe. Mm-hmm. So I stick my chin out like Sugar Ray Leonard used to do to Roberto Duran when he couldn't hit him. And I stick it out. I go, go ahead, hit me.
Fight with a woman.
Everybody's looking. My wife's going, stop. Well, thank God her friend kept her in check because I was really concerned for my health. But I couldn't back down at that point. No. She did not stand up on that chair once more.
If she hits you, you wouldn't have hit her back.
Of course not.
But that would have been bad.
That would have hit you. Oh, that would have been
it would have been good. It would have been great for us, bad for you.
So, but I had no more problem. In fact, I started to feel bad for insulting her, and I said, I go, hey, should I go say sorry? She goes, no, stay away. Concert ends, we leave. Do not talk to strange lady who you said has a fat ass.
I don't think you needed to apologize. I think I assume you asked nicely at least once.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you had been sitting in your chair and complaining about her standing at a rock concert, I would have been on her side.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you were standing. You were following etiquette, if there is any.
Now, the only other thing that I'm going to point out about the show, because I'm really into the guys. I don't want to bore you with all the details about this, that, and the other thing, and the intricacies of this concert.
You're not going to go all Chris Crocker on us?
No, I'm not going to do all that. But there was something that I did not expect that happened. His shows are known for, he plays so many different types of music, and the band is really, really good, so he can pull off a lot. But he sings a song by an old guy named Dobie Gillis. The song Drift Away.
Gray, it must be, because Dobie Gillis was a
TV character.
Yeah.
It was like Gilligan's real name or something like that, wasn't it?
It was on that show. Yeah, you're right. This is a Dobie Gray song called Drift Away. And in the song, when he performs it, Dobie Gillis, God, it's dumb. It's a song that he did to remember all the people that influenced him and the band musically. So you're on these big screens while he's singing this song and playing the piano, is there images of like Waylon Jennings, and then it says date of birth, date of death.
Yeah.
Elvis Presley, date of birth. Tupac Shakur, same thing. Mm-hmm. And so that was all really cool. John Lennon, and it was good. And then the last person they put up there was Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And so there he is in all his glory with the date of birth, date of death. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool, man. That's a nice little nod. And then you see a picture of Michael when he's a kid, and Kid Rock, and one of his support singers, her name is Jessica Wagner, she's amazing, sang Michael Jackson's the Jackson 5 song ABC. And it was awesome.
I bet it was a massive hit.
Dude, it was
in Detroit.
Huge.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So, now, and this clip, somebody recorded it via their video camera at the concert, and you can kind of get a sense of how it sounded here. It's obviously not great sound, but it's not terrible. At least we can get an idea of it. This is from that concert.
Imagine going to a concert and holding my cell phone up to record the stage show the whole time.
I know it.
That doesn't seem like a great way to enjoy it.
No. The audio quality is pretty decent, though. Things
Considering it's a cell phone from left field.
Yes. Yeah. So that was it, man. I thought that was so impressive. I did not expect that. And I just thought he wouldn't even address it, but guess so, man. There you go.
No one pays tribute to the guys who came before him more than he does.
Yeah, he usually is respectful to those.
Seems to give the nod. I tell you what, since that guy has died, there's been that stuff like this and the funeral. It's making me, boy, man, I almost feel bad for all making fun of the guy we did over the years.
I don't feel bad.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings show.
I believe Zane's youngest child, Madison, who was 7, could have done at least as well. Keep this camera on him, honey. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
7-year-olds don't talk about it. But nonetheless.
That was an awesome impression of my daughter.
Yes. She doesn't talk to me.
She sounds like that.
Do that again. No, that makes perfect sense. That she sounds like a crazy dinosaur beast.
Just after just after the top of the hour. That's where we are now. So we're running extraordinarily late again. We're still an hour away from Eric, Zane, and Steve revealing their top 5 most embarrassing moments. That's coming up a little bit later on. We also, in the next segment, we'll be asking women to share the time that the men of their lives, current or past, thought they were being romantic or wooing you, but instead they came across as a complete creep. Because sometimes the thing guys do that they think is a good idea end up just being weird, more often than not. The Los Angeles Times is reporting that Paula Abdul may in fact be out of American Idol. Her manager, David Sonnenberg, does not sound optimistic about her return for this coming season, which Howie's mentioned starts recording in, 3 days?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yep.
He told the Los Angeles Times, quote, "Very sadly, it does not appear that she's going to be back to Idol. What's the hang-up? She is yet to receive an offer." Her contract expired at the end of last season. Now, American Idol has said on a number of occasions that they want Paula back and they anticipate no changes for the show. But if they're not making an offer, saying one thing and doing another, that's a bad sign. He said, quote, "I find it under these circumstances particularly unusual, I think unnecessarily hurtful. I find it kind of unconscionable and certainly rude and disrespectful that they have not stepped up and said what they want to do. He's apparently especially upset because everyone else is getting paid big time in the offseason, including Simon Cowell and obviously Ryan Seacrest last week. Signed that $45 million deal.
If she doesn't get the same amount of money, is there some way she can go to an arbitrator or some grievance of some type? I mean, seriously.
I don't think so.
I think the only way she could do that is if she could actually prove it was gender-based.
But when it's not. When it's casting, though, like this, I mean, I think she should make more than Randy Jackson.
How come?
I think she's a bigger draw to that show than he is. I think she brings more flavor to the show than he does. All he does is go, dog, 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 dog. At least she's kooky. Like, I think some people tune in to see what Paula will say.
Yeah.
Nobody pays any attention to what Randy says.
No, he's just there.
She should make at least the same as Randy.
Sounds like even if she comes back, she's not going to be happy. They've received no proposal, and they're hinting that she's going to move on. My question is, to what? What is Paula Abdul going to do? Go back to what she was doing before American Idol?
Nothing. Sitting around.
Making hit records?
DJ Scat Cat's not exactly waiting for her to get back in the straight-up business these days.
She could probably, like, choreograph High School Musicals or something.
It says, I think at this point we're going to be considering everything, including some kind of competition show. She has tremendous ideas for a whole variety of shows. I don't think that's true. I don't think she has tremendous ideas. I think she has trouble stringing one thought after another together.
Let's prove that. Here's a montage of Paula Abdul using big words on American Idol.
Agility, substitutions, brilliance, balladeer, compromised, infectious, cadence, instinctual, league vocabulary, aborted, infectious, consummate professional, the legato authenticity, intonation, rubato, visceral response, vocal prowess, this is hard, masterful and effortless, you're authentic, the palette of what you're wearing.
I actually need a translator on this show.
That was all from one episode.
It was. She made $2.5 million last year, by the way.
Oh, is that what she made? Yeah.
So she's doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, considering the amount of work that goes into that, for them, which isn't that much, that seems like pretty handsome pay to me.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe a little raise, and that's about it.
Here's a clip where, remember from one of the seasons past, Elliot making Paula Abdul, it says here, cry like a baby.
You celebrate what this competition is all about. Oh. And, I spent the day yesterday watching the tapes
of your teeth.
When everyone first started, and
your teeth were terrible then, too.
You moved me from the beginning.
You have one underbite.
You are this handsome,
you have a crisscross.
Not handsome.
Evolved performer that you are an American Idol. You are. You have
The one thing I'll say for American Idol about her, though, is not that she's great on the show or that anyone will tune in because she provides wonderful insight, but she is buzzworthy because she does fail, and she fails dramatically, and people like us and Entertainment Tonight and everything else replay it and talk about American Idol, whereas if Randy Jackson was going to be off that show, I don't even think we'd mention it, frankly. Because this has a little bit of a car accident attraction to it that you kind of want to see it, and that is that Paula Abdul, when she fails. Remember the time she was reviewing a performance that didn't happen? When she started talking about, in that first song you did this, and the second song, and they had to stop her and say, he's only played one song so far tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she just doesn't seem to know what's going on.
Here's a clip. Paula breaks down for no reason while telling some stupid, pointless story.
I can't believe what I'm reading right now. After all of these long months of hard work, I'm getting an email that basically says they really don't need me, and I really scratch my head, and I wonder, where's God when you need him? Because this does not make any sense. He is screwed over so much. I work so hard. This is not fair.
Sounds like Kaneki.
I can't go with it. You know you like that. You guys, please, I'm trying to tell a damn story.
Uh-oh. That sounds like me when Hot Wings interrupt.
You're trying to console.
Boy, I got to back that up. That was awesome. They come to help her. You're right.
You know you like that. You guys, please, I'm trying to tell a damn story.
Wow. She's all pissed off.
Sounds delightful.
Everybody's trying to help her. Uh-oh. Temper tantrum. Thank you, Jackie.
The only way this could get any better is if she ate a lot of prescription pills.
Oh. You regret? Do you feel bad for saying that?
Nope.
What was that? Did she have some reality show or?
Yeah, that was from some reality.
I
don't remember what it
Hey,
was called.
Paula.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's what it was called.
All right.
Hey, Paula.
Same show. I'm guessing. Paula Abdul gets a new career.
Oh, yeah. She's going to bust into radio.
Yeah.
They wanted to offer me a chance to produce a demo for a national syndicated weekly radio show. I couldn't believe it. I was, pretty emotional about it. I'm so excited. I can't contain myself. Thank you so much.
Not that exciting.
I am going to make you so proud.
Just radio. Anyone can do it.
And you won't be doing anything except reading something somebody wrote for you, like Tesh.
You have no idea.
Tesh.
That's right. We have a beef with John Tesh now.
And as the details were being laid out, I tried to maintain my composure. But,
God, no one's been this excited about radio since Mancow got an AM gig in Idaho.
The reaction was great. They were really, really happy. They loved what she presented, and she is so excited.
Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez. Whoa. Oh.
She's very emotional.
If I was someone in management and I signed someone to a deal and they reacted that way, I would tear up the paper in front of them and say, this never happened, and then throw it in their face and leave. Yeah. I would not work with them. There's no way.
The actual audio.
If you went bananas.
You're imbalanced.
She starts that. Okay. We could actually go to when she's breaking down here.
You know you like that. You guys, please, I'm trying to tell a damn story.
Nope. We're not working together. Get out.
And you throw it in her face.
Coming up, women, we need you to narc on guys. This is good. Guys, get creepy. I've got a great story of someone getting a little bit creepy this weekend. Well, they didn't do it this weekend. I heard the story this weekend. Okay. Wait till you hear what this guy thought would be a good way to get a girl to like him more and maybe sleep with him or even talk to him.
Oh, no.
That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
While I was on hold, I got to enjoy that other knucklehead's, you have had like 1 million people call you up for relationship advice. Mm-hmm. Not one satisfied customer to date.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
You can also email us. You have to email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com if you choose to email. If you use the old Hotmail account, we're not going to be able to look at it because for some reason the company doesn't let us see Hotmail anymore. Well, they don't let it. They're not blocking it. It's just not working, and no one can seem to figure out why.
Not even Sean?
Not even Sean.
Sean can't figure it out?
Nope.
Oh, my God.
1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com later on this hour. Is it really someone's fault if you prank call a hotel and get someone to set off all of the fire alarms and everything else? I say no. I say that's a good prank. Okay, maybe I don't. But we'll hear some of the audio of that call. Okay. We'll have that for you a little bit later on.
All right.
That's from a story on the Today Show last week. Also, Steve and Zane still need to reveal their top 5 most embarrassing moments.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming up in about 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
This weekend, my wife and I went out to dinner and a movie with some friends of ours. And by the way, we went and saw The Hangover. I was the only one in the group who had seen it. So I saw it the second time in the theater because I didn't want to ruin it for everyone else. I actually enjoyed it more the second time, but as much as I enjoyed the movie, I enjoyed watching the 70-something-year-old ladies in front of me that came in together, like Selma and Patty from The Simpsons, to watch The Hangover on a Saturday night at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a good seat where I could see their faces. They smiled 0 times.
Oh, they didn't get it.
There were numerous things in there that you would think they would have found offensive. They did not leave, through the closing credits, when Zach Galifianakis appears to be getting a mouth party from an old woman who looks kind of like Wayne Newton.
Yeah.
Really?
So that's all in there. But so that was fun. But while we're at dinner, they were telling us a story about they have a niece who's in college.
Yeah.
And she lives at home with her parents and then commutes back and forth to college. And there had been a guy that she had been flirting with for some time, and she thought there might be some chemistry there, and whatever, they share a class. And he had dropped her off at her parents' house one time when her car broke down. So, they're sort of moving toward going out, whatever. Hooking up. She was awakened on Friday night by tapping on the window. And then she noticed she had several text messages after she was awake. And one of the text messages said, "Look outside." And so she looks outside and sees this guy.
Oh, he's having a fling fest.
One would have to wonder. It's about 1 a.m.
There's ropes everywhere.
And then she looks at the next text message, and it says, "I brought you a gift."
Oh, no.
So she goes out there thinking that
it's chlamydia.
Thinking that this might be something romantic like flowers or something, which already would be a little bit creepy, I think, showing up at 1 a.m. But he brought her pink underwear.
Huh?
Soiled? Like some sort of it didn't say
unopened?
Didn't say soiled.
Were they on him?
No. He was holding them.
Oh,
he said they were
open.
new. They had a
open?
tag on them, but it was just one pair.
Well,
and then he said, "I want you to wear these for me."
Oh, okay.
Oh boy. Oh my.
That seems troubling.
Yeah,
that seems creepy.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Maybe she's into that.
Didn't seem like it.
Let's get her on. Get her on the phone. Ask what she thinks.
If you're listening, you should call in and tell us that you're into wearing that pink thong that strange man brought to you in the middle of the night.
And you're happy
at your home.
with his efforts.
I don't
Boy,
know.
I don't know, man. I'd be pretty freaked out.
But we were talking about it, and we talked about it off the air this morning, but guys fall into this trap from time to time, doing things they think somehow may be romantic, but in fact it's really just creepy.
Yeah.
That's about the creepiest thing I've ever heard.
We got this email earlier, the most creepy thing ever. I had an interesting experience. It was at a rock concert this weekend. After having been there all day, drinking and eating, I had seen many intoxicated patrons. During the last band of the night, Journey, a man comes up behind me, about 45 years old, wraps his arms around me and sings, "So Now I Come to You with Open Arms." Hey,
yeah,
you kind of look like my daughter. Oh. Meanwhile, he's trying to feel me up while my boyfriend is standing next to me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
There becomes a certain age where guys start to think they can do whatever they want.
Yeah. That is not.
I guess, but, man, I don't know that I'll ever get to an age where I think I can just saunter up to some random 19-year-old girl and go, "Hey, what's going on?"
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking over the shoulder of her, hugging her, and I look over and I go, yeah.
That's actual audio from that night.
That's that guy.
I think the hardest part is waiting until your own daughter is old enough so that you can say to a strange daughter at a rock concert, "You look like my daughter," and have it still be the truth.
I said, "Okay, you work at Victoria's Secret, and that's your roommate, right?"
That is the rapiest sound effect we have.
Yeah,
what a
is.
rapey
True.
Man that is, whose voice that is. What a rapey guy.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Seriously, there are women who are going to report being assaulted today just from hearing that on the radio.
Yeah,
what happened?
right.
And then the police will at first be skeptical, and then they'll play them that sound effect, and the police will go, "No, you're right. We need to track that monster down."
Mm-hmm.
Get that rapey guy off the street.
1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots@freebeerandhotwings.com your failed romantic attempts.
So you want dudes to rat themselves out, or chicks to actually say, "Yeah, listen to what jerk
I
did."
think we'll get better results from women ratting themselves out, because sometimes guys are ratting guys out because sometimes guys are too stupid to know better. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I never did any of this because I was a complete and utter failure and never even bothered to try. Alex, how about you?
I think creepy. No?
I got an email. This one's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is anonymous. Says, "I have a creepy boyfriend story. One of my really good buddies and another female friend of mine started dating in May. At first, everything was fine and going well. However, not 2 weeks later, he started changing into a clingy, creepy mess.
Uh-oh.
He mentioned wanting to be with her for the rest of his life and then proceeded to ask her if she had thought of any baby names yet.
Whoa.
It got worse from there. He is addicted to sex. He seriously has problems. Needless to say, they are now broken up, and he is still perverted, saying he knows she wants him."
Wow. 2 weeks talking about baby names?
Oh, boy.
It's a hell of a transition.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Justin in Maine. Hi, Justin.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Did you try something romantic that turned creepy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I was in high school, I had this really great idea that from all these awesome movies that I saw.
Yeah.
Kind of went over to her house at 2 a.m. in the pouring rain, topless. And she was 2 miles away, which is walking distance for me. And her mom answers the door, and it just didn't kind of.
Right.
Her mom kind of freaks out at me, and daughter comes out and is just starting to yell at me, and I was just like, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't be here. And then they call my dad, and it just goes downhill from there because I was sneaking out at 2 a.m.
Justin, what movie had you seen that made it seem romantic and awesome when a man walks 2 miles in the rain wearing nothing but blue jeans and beats on a door at 2 in the morning?
Some dirty movies I used to own, so I thought it'd be a great idea. We were kind of rambunctious little teens, so I thought it'd be a nice idea.
Yeah, fair enough.
You tell a story like Malcolm's slow-moving black friend.
I wish
Malcolm in the middle.
I actually would have been delighted if in the middle of his story, if there would have been a knock on the studio door and there would have been a wet man wearing nothing but blue jeans there. It would have been awkward, but it'd been a nice distraction.
I wish there would have been a man with a harpoon gun to kill me so I didn't have to hear his pointless story.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Hello, Mary.
Hey there.
What's happening?
Oh, I was going to tell you about a date that I went on a few years ago that turned kind of creepy.
Okay.
Do it.
Yeah, please.
I was on a second date with a guy that I didn't know very well, and we went out for pizza and came back to my house.
Okay.
And he wanted to come in, which was fine, and he grabbed his guitar out of the back seat of his car and came in and sang to me acoustically by himself. And he knew I like horses, so he sang me Wildfire.
Which is a song about horses?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
A lost horse.
Kind of weird.
What? I don't know. It sounded like he was trying.
I don't know.
He was definitely trying, but it was just
He was trying too hard, wasn't he?
I don't think he was.
Well, you know, I mean, he was trying to be romantic. At least he didn't sing "Rape Me" from Nirvana or something.
Yeah,
that would have been
most
pretty
chicks
bad.
would love a guy to do that. All that attention. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you?
Imagine how awkward it would be if someone that you second date, you're still at the barely know stage. Someone whips out a guitar and stares at you while singing a song about horses because you casually mentioned
a lot of women would like that.
Exactly. I didn't know how do you react. You know, oh, that was really nice.
You take your top off is what you do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You should have stripped
there. Mary, is that in fact what you did?
No.
No.
You didn't get nude?
Didn't work
Oh,
out.
boy.
Thank you, Mary.
No.
Man. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe a lot of women would like that. Seems a little
I guess
creepy.
it depends on who's doing it. Yeah.
Singing
Rape Me. If he had bigger muscles, she would have been into it. He was probably ugly.
You think so?
I mean,
You think that was
it's
the
just
problem?
not meant to be. I mean, he could have sang as well as anybody, and if she's not into him, she's not into him.
Or maybe he sang really poorly.
Maybe
He had an
maybe he's a
awful
terrible
voice.
singer.
Maybe his pants were off at the time. Maybe she left that part out.
That's probably.
Maybe he was a bit rapey too.
Let us assume his pants were off.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be what it is.
All right.
What happens when you call the hotel and you talk them into setting off all of their alarm systems and stuff? We say hilarious.
Yeah.
Maybe. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
I am defending myself in favor of that.
About 25 minutes away from Zane's top 5 most embarrassing moments, 4 of which we've heard before.
Yeah, but still worth mentioning.
And a 5th that is new to everybody. Yeah, and hearing them all back to back to back seems to add to the, at least for me, they seem to add to the embarrassment. Steve is looking forward to this greatly.
Yeah.
Aren't you, Steve? You've been looking forward to this since you, and this is weird because you thought of the topic.
Yeah, it's a complete double-edged sword. I know it's going to be awesome because it's going to be great to hear everybody else's, but it also means I have to tell mine.
Well, to your credit, because you knew it was coming. Steve told us earlier that not only have we not heard his 5 most embarrassing moments, 3 of them he doesn't believe he's ever shared with anyone. Which that's even bigger.
Yeah.
Is your girlfriend listening online?
She sure is.
Is there any of these she knows about?
She knows one, I think. I know for a fact she knows one of them.
Okay. What if she hears these and decides not to visit you this week?
And she's the smartest person ever.
Be very hurtful. 1-800-947-3979. So there's been a rash. It's probably been going on for a while, but it seems like there's been a lot of these in the news lately of the kind of stories where people do prank calls where they call someplace and convince someone to do something ridiculous. And calling them prank calls is probably mislabeling them because some of them have resulted in felonies that they talk people into doing, including the one where the fast food restaurants where they would talk managers into strip searching employees. Still can't believe those happened.
Yeah, I maintain that I don't think that should be a felony. I think that's felony stupidity on the part of the people that listen to the prank caller.
I kind of agree.
I mean, come on.
You have to have some sort of common sense. But this one's a little bit different. This one involves a hotel, I believe.
Imagine you and your family are on vacation in a hotel room somewhere. Suddenly, a call comes in saying you're in danger. As NBC's Carrie Sanders will tell us, you can't always believe what you hear. And Carrie, this is a really frightening story.
If you're stupid.
It is. Imagine now, this is, the phone is ringing and you're kind of groggy, you're just waking up, and all calls seem to come right before you wake up. You answer the phone, and on the other end, it's somebody who claims to be the manager at the hotel. And they tell you a story that there's a gas leak in the building and that you have to take action. And this is where it really turns ugly. They say, get something and begin smashing the window. And so folks are actually smashing the window. And how convincing is this? Well, one of the people who fell for this prank was a deputy. That's right, a law enforcement officer who was on vacation with his family.
Boy. Stupid.
I don't think I'd fall for this. I can't be positive because until you're in the scenario, and now after hearing this, I'd be skeptical. But I don't know that I would fall for this.
No.
I don't know that I would believe that they would just call a random room and say, smash things.
No, I would, if they said there was a gas leak, you know what I would do? Leave.
Yeah.
And then when I smelled no gas and saw no fire trucks, I would go back to my room and sleep. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I would say, I don't smell the gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, find something to smash out your window.
Way to go, Deputy Stupid.
Because that's what everyone does when there's a gas leak. They smash windows.
The trail of damage at hotels runs from Florida to Arkansas to Nebraska to California. Victims say the prank calls seem so believable.
We have a major gas leak occurring in the hotel.
The pranksters are so brazen, some have posted their calls on the internet.
Oh, wait, Joe. Can we get some of these calls? They're going to play one. Oh, sweet.
Break a window, ma'am.
In this fake emergency call, the guest is suspicious there's a gas leak. But after someone else joins the call, it all seems so real.
You're serious about this, right?
I'm serious, ma'am.
I'm the general manager, and we're verifying that it is a serious gas leak, and we do at this time need you to break that window so that you get some air.
I'm overlooking the pool. You know that.
That's fine. We're not worried about anything but your safety at this time.
As the guest tries to smash the window open with an iron, the callers, who don't sound like teenagers, stay on the line.
Get away, lady! You don't want to get hurt.
She's on a mission.
I just told me to do it. Get away!
Police say the ringing phone scam usually comes when a guest is asleep, groggy, when street wits seemingly are not sharp.
I hope these
that
people
was the
never
case
stop doing this.
With the deputy suckered in Orlando.
Here's a guy on the second floor of a hotel. Hotels can be pretty high up.
Here's my...
Hold
I
on.
need a cigarette.
Peppermint Patty with this live report. Go ahead.
The window and jump.
Hotels can be pretty high up. He breaks the window, been told to throw the mattresses out. Imagine if he was on the 10th, 15th, 20th floor, and that's the only way out.
If I was married to that woman, I would cut out her throat.
A variation of the prank, guests were told to pull fire alarms or smash sprinklers, setting them off. Eleanor Brown, also a hotel guest, didn't know what was going on.
I just heard the man in the room next to me where it all happened. Yeah.
Hotel manager Samir Patel called police after his hotel was targeted.
someone called the hotel and, convinced one of our guests to bust out the window, throw the mattresses downstairs.
We weren't the first hotel targeted. I suppose we're not going to be the last hotel targeted, so.
Police say their biggest fear now is someone is going to get hurt. In the case of the deputy who is here with his family, he smashed the windows, he threw the mattresses out the window,
Wait a minute.
and he was getting ready to toss his children outside, Aaron.
Oh, wow. That is a horrible story.
Yeah, no,
that's
it's not.
It's horrible. That's a horrible deputy. That's the worst deputy in America.
Throws his.
I mean, it's bad enough when somebody convinces someone, look, there's a gas leak, and in order to make sure we expel the gas, break out a window.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's stupid already, but at least there's some sense to getting the gas out. But where exactly does throw the mattresses out the window come in and when there's a gas leak?
Maybe the gas is coming from the mattress? I guess.
And then throw your kids out the window. Okay!
Well, we all seem fine, and we were resting comfortably, but please, anonymous caller, let me throw my children out the window. I know that I shouldn't find this amusing, and I shouldn't hope for it to happen more.
No, you shouldn't.
But I do.
I do, too.
These are the dumbest people in America.
Yep.
That's the dumbest lawman in America.
Now, like I said, I might fall for something stupid today, for all I know. I might burn my house down to kill insects. I don't know. But when we do, I plan to laugh at me after I'm done crying.
That is something, man. That deputy.
I'd fire him.
Yeah, if I'm his boss, when I heard about that,
I'd be way
by the
too
time
embarrassed.
he got back from his vacation, I said, well, that's it. You're fired for stupidity. You have lost your job because you're so stupid.
That guy is not qualified to do security at a tree farm.
No. I hope this continues.
I'm not going to lie. There was a time where I would have wanted to do these calls, and I believe I would have been very successful at talking people into doing this.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad that I didn't think of it when I was 12.
I think we should do it now.
I believe that we could do this very effectively.
Oh, absolutely.
We have a special skill for that, and I believe we should do it. We're not going to, because I don't want to get in trouble.
No, we would. Yeah, I don't want to have a felony on my record, but God, these people are stupid.
Joe, come do it. I don't condone it, but you do it.
Make the interns do it.
Yeah. We'll get to what Hot Wings thinks coming up in just a few minutes. Hot Wings, we're also, because you're, 3 weeks away from having a baby?
3 weeks today, man. Yeah.
It's time for you to learn how to do the Prego Shuffle.
Well, I got to know how to do the Prego Shuffle. It sounds very important. I can't wait to share it with my wife, too. I'm sure it's going to be good.
Your wife's going to probably want to do her own internet video of her doing the Prego Shuffle.
Okay.
That is almost assuredly false. That's on the way. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Check, test. Check, test. Check, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, 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 check.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
For all the young engineers out there, that is how you test a microphone at 3 o'clock in the morning right there. Well, number one amongst future engineers, this radio show. I don't know if people knew that even. If you're a client trying to reach future engineers, the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show is the only vehicle through which your advertising will have any success.
Absolutely. Because everybody knows that engineers are the creative bastion for what we do.
That's right. Idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. That's the email. You can check out the website, freebeerandhotwings.com. New forums up there. Marissa wrote I should say new blogs. Marissa wrote a blog today about uncomfortable interactions with Joe. I haven't seen it yet. But I can't imagine there's not a lot of truth to it, nor ample evidence of such.
Okay.
I have a new blog up there as well.
What is your subject matter?
My subject matter is a reference to something new I started that I'm not telling anyone what it is. So that's just going to annoy you.
Huh? I started something, but I'm not going to tell you.
But I'm going to tell you that I started it.
Okay.
Someday I may tell you.
But you don't know when you read the blog?
You won't know, no.
So the blog is you saying, I started something new, but I'm not going to tell you what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, I'm going to go and read it as soon as I get a chance.
Someday I may tell you all about it.
Okay.
Or I may push it down and hide it deep within my
Why
own
did you write the
personal
blog,
past.
then? I'm curious.
Because I suspect I'm not the only one who's done something like that, who's You'll understand when you read it.
That's what I'm getting at.
You'll hate it more.
I'm guessing I'll understand when I read it, because I don't understand now.
No, I'm reading it and I don't understand. Because you say if you're successful, it'll be great, but if you fail, you won't tell us.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
All right. I can't wait to read it.
That's available at freebeerandhotwings.com, along with a number of other videos and other stuff you can check out. Always, pretty much daily, there's new links and new videos. You can see the crash of the Wienermobile this past weekend. And you can also do the Prego Shuffle. Hot Wings 3 weeks from having your first child.
Yeah.
How nervous are you now? Because every day your email is about more preparations for the baby.
It's
everything is baby related. Not surprisingly, I would think most parents go through this.
Especially, the first one, it's like you're trying to get everything perfect and everything sanitized and organized and put away and sold and make room and do this. And oh my God, we're both getting pretty nervous now. I mean, it's been real for a long time, but now we're close enough that it's really real. Mm-hmm. Where when you get down to 3 weeks, you go, oh my God, things I did 3 weeks ago seem like yesterday, which means that 3 weeks from now will seem like tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm getting really nervous now.
You have a C-section scheduled.
Yeah, that's correct.
But there's a chance your wife could go into labor early, yes?
It's not out of sure, of course, it's not out of the question.
They would have an emergency C-section at that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you, if she even, pauses and goes, ooh, and, feels her belly, or does anything that draws your attention, does that immediately pop in your head, oh, God, get the suitcase? Freak out.
Not yet, because I've read enough, so I'm schooled up on the Braxton Hicks contractions and things like that, which is, women, it's like their body is preparing for the childbirth, so they have these contractions. And so as long as they don't start coming every 5 minutes, we're okay.
Right.
So far, but so I haven't freaked like that just yet, but it's still in the back of your head that, it's not out of the question. We've got another ultrasound today, so we'll see how that goes. I'm sure that'll be fine, and we'll see. Get a weight estimate again. And
hospital get a bigger screen so they can get the kid's whole crank on there after the last
camera.
Do you realize that in 12 years, I doubt this would happen to a boy. I guess it could happen to a boy, but it happened with my daughter last night. Goes to a friend's house to sleep over, then for some reason gets scared and wants to come home. So the phone rings at 2 a.m. Come get me. What?
Yeah,
I knew before I went to bed. When Jackie sent a text message, said, I don't feel too good. I might want to come home. This is at 8:45.
Mm-hmm.
I said, take the batteries out of the phones now. I actually said to myself, I'm going to take the batteries out of all the cordless phones. That way they won't ring.
I don't blame you.
Right.
And I forgot to do it. And I said to my wife, I go, text her that I don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
And she texted that back. Dude, Murphy's Law.
Do you think they watched a scary movie? Or
No, she's just not feeling well for some reason. So she get her ass up. Go get her. Oh. Yeah.
Well, that's all right, because you had another hour to sleep. So
yeah, actually more like 40 minutes.
Yeah,
and
so
that's
whatever.
There, for 5 minutes, I pitched a no-hitter. That's what I imagined. Past the time.
Mm-hmm.
Then I was returning punts again, and I scored 4 touchdowns in the first half. If only man over 40 to return a punt for a touchdown in the NFL. It's
pretty
awesome.
awesome.
Happened this morning. And then, again, lead singer, the Allman Brothers, and then it was time to get up.
And you should enjoy not being able to sleep, because you have a wonderful, rich fantasy life.
That's the time.
Yeah.
I'm checking out.
The daydreaming.
If you had 5 more minutes, you could have been Kid Rock's lover.
I'm not physically attracted to him.
That's not going to help him fall asleep, though.
I'm not, no. I just admire him.
Now I'm too flushed to sleep.
Yeah, but a lot of times you get sleepy afterward.
No, because in Zane's fantasies, Kid Rock leaves him hanging. I'll finish you after the next album comes out.
No. It's not like that.
Really? He finishes you off?
No, it's not sexual at all. I just like his music, and I think he's a great performer. That's all it is.
They just cuddle.
I didn't feel bad about making fun of Michael Jackson until Kid Rock liked him, and now I feel bad.
You believe this, Steve? You believe this?
Can you imagine if Kid Rock had said, I don't like black people? Zane would have joined the Klan this weekend.
Oh, man, now that's just funny. That's funny. I would, man.
Man,
I would
that's
join
funny.
the Klan. I'd be burning crosses.
Why are you doing that? I don't know.
I don't know. Kid Rock does it.
Well, Hot Wings,
God.
in 3 weeks you'll have a baby. No doubt the final 3 weeks will be spent with you and your wife, mostly your wife, because this is for the ladies, doing what's known as the newest sensation, the Prego Shuffle.
What era is this?
It appears to be the 80s.
Oh, good.
I'm guessing there's a lot of leotards in this.
Okay.
All right, so they're all dressed like Jackie Man voice, no doubt.
And it's a bunch of pregnant women in this.
Oh, there's Jackie.
And they call that labor, but it's all great fun. Just grab your neighbor. No need to jump, no need to scuffle on. Sit on down to the Prego Shuffle. Prego Shuffle.
I think this is inspired by the Bears in the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Hey, I did my one, it's okay with me. Because every day's a
They're
new.
just spouting out lines to a random beat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is.
The beat appears to have been added afterwards because none of them are keeping time with it.
Oh.
Dinner gravity. You'll get much more from your pelvic floor when you pass on the bagel into one more cake.
Can't even understand what they're saying.
What?
Because
Terrible, but
They have no. They can't even speak at the same time properly. I mean, how hard is it? There's a beat to follow.
I hate these women. I hope all their babies were breech.
It's funny because breech is so much better than I thought. Than what I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
I know you were holding your breath thinking I was going to say something worse.
Let's visualize those big baby
Yeah, I hope they came out sideways.
eyes to the number one buzz.
Not me. I hope the babies were born okay and then they aborted the women.
Carry on a normal conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if
So
you want
do I.
if you
Aborted the women.
If you want to hate some pregnant ladies from the 80s whose children are probably all now in college, you can do that by going to freebeerandhotwigs.com. That's on the website.
Ugh.
You can check that out. You can also see the blog about nothing. That's there as well. 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots@freebeerandhotwigs.com.
Here's what Hot Wings thinks. Hot Wings. What Hot Wings thinks.
Free beer, Zane, and listeners, I hate crap that dances on my computer. You know, you go to a website and there's an ad for another website or service that has some 5-second avatar of a chick dancing or juggling or some other crap in order to draw your attention. Does that work on anyone? Yeah, I'm going to weather.com to find out the weather, but ooh, while I'm here, let me click on the link for lowermybills.com. How can I not? There's a tiny little woman in a tight shirt and clingy skirt doing some sort of Elaine Bennis stomp and juggling a green ball on the right side of my screen. It's so mesmerizing. And so much more of a draw than the old days when some stupid company was using Spider-Man avatars to do the same thing. Probably the same company. I'm sure this stuff must work, otherwise no one would do it. But how is it that people are enticed by things that are so annoying? What kind of soft-headed window lickers think to themselves, I just wanted to know if it was going to rain today, but now I get the bonus of some company telling me how I can pay less for electricity by way of link denoted by some tart bouncing around like a drunk whore at a company Christmas party. Yay! Now, I don't mind ads. Every website has ads. I just don't like ads with dancing people. Our website doesn't have dancing people on it, does it?
No.
Good. Buy things from businesses with ads on our website. Thanks. I'm Hot Wings, and that's what I think.
That's your new opinion from Hot Wings. More of the Free Beer and Hot Wings show is next. And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings show.
You are a rude, thoughtless little pig.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Later on this hour, we'll get to the scary story out of Afghanistan, the U.S. soldier that's being held captive by the Taliban. We'll also, if we have time, we'll get to the story about a lawyer that's skipping out on, basically on a dare that he offered $1 million for someone to, he said, if anybody can do that, I'll give him $1 million on national television.
Mm-hmm.
Someone went and did it.
Of course they did.
Tell you what they did. That's a little bit later on. 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots@freebeerandhotwings.com.
Steve thinks he knows what your blog's about. He's got a guess.
Does he?
You want to hear it?
Sure, I tell you what's going to happen, though, is I'm going to deny it. I'm going to deny it no matter what.
Or just don't say anything. Just listen to his guess.
Okay.
It's for the record, basically.
Okay.
What do you think he is referring to?
I think that you're going to make an attempt to learn how to swim.
That's what you determined from when you read it?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, that seems plausible, certainly.
Not just based on the blog, based on something that was said last week.
Yeah, there was discussion of it. We talked about this off the air. I think I said I really wanted him to do it, and I'd be giving him $100 if he.
I think it was on the air actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Or are you building a rocket in your backyard so you can be like the astronaut farmer?
It could be.
It may be a combination of those two.
Okay. You want to be the first man to swim in space.
What about this? I won't say no to it, but I'll say yes to all of them.
Okay.
Any suggestion?
You're
nope,
trying
that's not a good
to
idea.
stop your hair from falling out.
I just realized how terrible of an idea it was to say that I would say yes to all of them. I take that back. I will say no to all of them.
You are hoping to become a higher up in Al-Qaeda.
You're hoping to be the world's best masturbator. Yep, that's it.
You're supplementing your protein with man juice.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's the one. 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. Friday we did the Friday Top 5.
Yeah. Thank God Kurt Busch cut this for us.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Composer. Yep. Intern Kurt Busch, not the race driver.
Right. That'd be ridiculous.
Well, there's only one that we care about, and that's the intern. Former intern, I guess. Be considered now.
Hot Wings went first. I went second. Joe went third. Zane and Steve, we ran out of time, so they'll finish theirs today. And
yes, and Steve's our closer.
Steve's the closer, because none of us know any of his. They may all be really lame, and they might not be that embarrassing, but I bet they are.
Mm-hmm.
Because all of these are. If you take anyone's 5 most embarrassing moments of their life, if they are honest, they're going to be painful.
Mm-hmm.
If they're honest. And I believe Steve will be honest.
You've heard of all of mine at one point or another on this show, but that doesn't mean you've all heard of them. But they've all been mentioned except for the very first one that I'm going to get to. And I'll need this music from this artist. The big hit would probably be best.
Okay.
This was when I was working at my very first radio station. And Kurt Cobain shot himself in the head and died. And so that was a big deal. And I was on the air when the news broke. So the program director comes running in, all crazy, and he goes, "Oh my God, Kurt Cobain's died. Kurt Cobain." And this is, this radio station was like the heart and soul of the radio station, this type of the whole grunge thing. So we were playing Pearl Jam and Nirvana and Alice in Chains and Soundgarden. That was the big thing that had just popped on the scene. So this was such a big deal. And he goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "Okay, this is," and I was new to the business. He goes, "Okay, now this is what you need to do. I've been there when all the bigwigs have died. When John Lennon died, I was there. And I broke the news, and I told the audience the story." And he's like, set me up for all this stuff about what I need to do and how I need to act. And I go, "Okay." And I'm like 21. And he's like, "Okay, so, well, actually, I was a little older than that, depending on, I forget what year he died. Was it like 95, something like that?
94, I think.
95.
Spring of 94.
I was like 24. So he's like telling me about what I need to do because he's got all the experience, and he's telling me how to do it. And he goes, "Okay, now when you break the news, I want you to lose your composure and fake cry."
Oh,
what?
No.
That was his recommendation to you?
He goes, "If you're not going to cry, I want you to start crying." I go, "What?"
This should be his most embarrassing moment.
I go, "What?"
We would do that to some newbie now as a prank, and then I'll sit in the other room and laugh at them.
That's what he did.
He goes, "The audience is really going to, they're really going to feel your pain of Kurt Cobain dying, and you're going to make a connection when you start to cry."
So they're going to always remember that the DJ that broke the news was broken up by it.
So I did it. So I'm on the Z93, the mobile home of rock and roll, and I got terrible news. Just came out. Kurt Cobain has died. Kurt Cobain shot himself in the head. Oh my God. I'm so upset.
Did it sound that sincere?
It was terrible. It was even worse. How are you supposed to do that? It was terrible. Steve?
What is the reason that you don't have that piece of audio with you?
I wish I
right
did.
Now?
It might be somewhere. If I ever find it, you'll get it. It's so sad.
Now, when we've played tapes in the past, we've heard your excellent sincerity when it comes to talking about dead rock stars.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember who it was
Eric
that
Carr
died.
from Kiss.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I had just finished playing a Kiss song or something like that. And that was, I don't have the clip. It was when I was really into that puking. I was a puker, which is a term used for someone who talks like that when they're on the radio.
And it was right around the time of Freddie Mercury, too, right?
Okay, I referenced that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, bad year for rock, man. Is Eric Carr from Kiss died, and Freddie Mercury. Terrible.
It was
terrible.
It was because you had a noted pause for sadness, and then you said terrible. And if memory serves correct, now this might be just me remembering, but right after that you went, don't forget we'll be the mobile home of rock and roll. We'll be at Dirk Waltz Buick on Saturday with a free trash can giveaway. Something crazy like that. Where it's like,
get back to the rock.
I was sad.
This is Our Rock brought to you by Hank Graff. His great line of new and used vehicles. Check him out at hankgraff.com. Terrible.
I can't believe he told you to cry.
Yeah. You have to be emotional.
No. Okay. Second one was just ridiculous. I was wearing my my best parachute pants, white high-top kangaroos with the tongues pulled out, great big fat fluorescent laces, and a Ghostbusters muscle shirt. In 1985 or 86. Last week.
2003.
And I was at, you remember that place, Hot Wings, called C.J. Barrymore's?
Oh, I sure do. Yeah, I was in Troy, right, or Utica?
Yeah, it's like a meat
Michigan,
market, you know? Of course, I never got any of the meat.
What? Dressed like that?
I mean, that's amazing.
And I will never forget, if you've ever done this, you're walking along and something suddenly is in your way, you kind of catch yourself, and it's always weird. But this took the cake. I was actually making eye contact with a girl, which was a big deal. And I was holding my gaze, and so was she. And she was probably as far away as Steve is from me. And for the audience, that's
25 feet.
15, 20 feet, the most.
Yeah.
And I'm walking, but my eyes are not forward. My head is turned to the right, and I'm looking to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at her, and then I so squarely walked into a pole that it knocked me out. I hit it, and I lost consciousness, and I fell on the ground, and the back of my head hit the ground. It was like I was Eric Lindros, and the pole was Scott Stevens. Whammo! Man, I went down like a ton of bricks, and I got up just in time to see her and all of her friends still hysterically laughing at me. I was out like 10, 15 seconds. I got up, and then there she was cracking up. Oh, my God. I went home. Horrible. Awful situation. Okay.
Joe's looking at you like you're somehow pathetic.
I think I'm
Joe,
going to...
why are you giving that look?
Because that's sad.
Yeah, it is, obviously. There's a reason why I didn't get laid in high school.
Mm-hmm.
The second one...
Oh, it wasn't because of how you dressed.
No.
It was walking into poles.
It wasn't from the Ghostbusters muscle shirt.
It wasn't for lack of trying.
The sad thing is, the person who came up with the idea for Ghostbusters muscle shirt got fired for how bad of an idea it was.
Yeah.
They sold 2.
The third one was back when I still worked for the radio station that I was told to fake cry on. There was this theater in Bay City, Michigan, where they, like every Friday night, I would have like Metal Mania night or some stupid thing like that. And there was a guitarist. He was a pretty accomplished guy. I've told this story on the air. Jim Pagel was his name. He was a really good guitar player. Everybody liked this guy. And he's doing his set, and it's like a 30-minute set. And I thought he was done. And I went. He's winding up this song, and I go running up on the stage, grab the mic, go, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Pagel, yeah, all right, Jim, way to go, Jim, you the man, look at me, yeah. Coming up a tribute to Firehouse, and we're going to do the David Coverdale lookalike contest in just a minute. And then I hear into another microphone, Jim leading into his mic, I'm not done, man. Oh, wow, I'm out of here, son of a bitch. Woo!
God. Ooh. That one actually makes me hurt a little for you.
Oh, dude. That was bad. Number 2 was the incident that happened where, again, it involved my clothes. We were giving away at one of the worst, most poorly executed giveaways in the history of the radio industry. What were we giving away? It was a jet ski. And it was miserable. We were standing there in 150-degree heat, and JT had another stupid idea how to give this thing away. And we're all sitting there bored out of our mind, but there was some fireworks about to happen, because after we finally gave away the thing, after everybody got all pissed off, this listener, a female, comes walking up to me. And she says to me, Zane, I love you guys. I go, thank you. You must love me, too. And she says, and you know what? I love that shirt. I go, oh, all right. I've got her eating out of my hand. And she goes, but look, Zane, your pants are so tight that we can all see your penis. Your pants are too tight. And I was like, what? Are you seriously just telling me in this? I guess thanks, but I've never heard anyone so frank in all my life. I can't believe it. I've never seen this person again.
I was just going to ask you if you've ever seen her again, if she's ever been somewhere.
She has to have heard me retelling this story numerous times. Maybe I have seen her, but she hasn't gotten the nerve to tell me. I'm actually glad she did, because now I only wear them 5 sizes too small. I immediately went home. I didn't even say goodbye to you guys.
No.
I went, okay, see my penis? Goodbye. I turned around and walked out of the parking lot, into my car, and drove home.
You're not even in the photos with the winner of the jet ski. Everybody the rest of the day is like, where's Eric? And we're like, I don't know.
I called you from the road and said, hey, man, I had an incident. My pants are too tight.
Everyone could see my testicles.
It was so crazy.
All right. And then there's the final one. Oh, God. I've told this before, but it still hurts. It involves Star Wars. And no, I wasn't wearing a Star Wars muscle shirt. Wait for it. Wait for it. Keep waiting. My mom caught me beating off to Princess Leia. But it wasn't so much that she caught me in the act and I went, oh, God. No, my eyes were closed. And how do I put this? I was out. I was hanging on to myself.
Right.
But
she was sitting on the bed next to you?
No. I do a good enough job making this bad. You don't need to assist me. You ever see when, like, a tube of toothpaste is like, you squeeze it and you put it back with toothpaste still coming out of it?
Yeah. It's hard to...
My mom saw it. She saw the snow on the mountain. She saw it all.
So you were asleep.
I was done.
So you were asleep.
I was basking in the moment going, Leia. Leia. I'm your droid.
Your eyes are closed. You're laying,
I'm your droid.
You're laying on your back.
Oh, yeah.
Covered in mayo.
What woke you up, when she flicked it with her index finger?
Oh, no.
I know how to make that go down.
No. Ow! Take my mom assisting me out of the equation, please. I don't think she flicked it or made any reference. I remember opening my eyes and seeing her going, how long have you been there, I'm thinking. And I went, ah! She immediately pulled her head back, and it's never been discussed since.
After she cleaned you up.
No.
Bite me or gulp it.
Was Wally there too last week?
What if your mom had left the room and then come back and she was holding a Luke Skywalker poster and said, let's do this together?
Finally, something we have in common.
She swallowed.
Oh, no.
She swallowed.
Not appropriate.
Oh, boy.
Steve, you're next.
She swallowed 20 of these balls.
We can go eat pie.
Oh, no. What is wrong with this? This is ridiculous.
Steve is up next with his 5 most embarrassing moments. Steve, are you excited?
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Steve is up next. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
Click on Barnaby and Friends and see my facial in progress.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Well, we'll get to Steve's Friday Top 5, which, again, dragged over into Monday because we just didn't allow enough time to it. Who knew? We also got to roll the dice at some point this hour and find out who will be creating the list for this Friday, or coming up with the topic, I should say.
Here's
what'll be happening.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
That's all right.
Here is that I was referencing that air check that we had on the air of me when I was talking about the guy who died from Kiss.
The real rock and roll station 93.3 KQZ, licking it up right there with Block from Kiss.
Yeah.
In memory of Eric Carr passing just this past week. Sad week in rock and roll, though. Freddie Mercury at the beginning of the week, and then Eric Carr. Terrible.
God, listen how pukey that is.
The real rock and roll station 93.3 KQZ, licking it up right there with Block from Kiss.
Yeah.
In memory of Eric Carr passing just this past week. Sad week in rock and roll, though. Freddie Mercury at the beginning of the week, and then Eric Carr. Terrible.
Joe, I can't find the other one. There's another clip in there about devastating. Oh, here it is. I got it. Sweet. Joe says this one's 10 times worse.
This is legendary.
Oh, my God.
Right here. The three of us were some of the worst broadcasters ever in the history of radio.
Yeah. Hey, if you're new into radio and you think you suck, well, this is probably make you feel good, because we were worse.
Tri-City's home of rock and roll, 93.3 KQZ. History of Rock weekend, A to Z, as you know, in full swing. Eric Zane with you, 12:25 Sunday morning. How you doing, everyone? 93.3 KQZ is doing it to it this Sunday morning. Today, we're bringing you an in-depth interview with John Mellencamp. Happens at 10 a.m. You'll also hear a few new tunes from his latest album. Then, at noon, it's 3 hours of Pink Floyd. Don't miss it. Sunday morning.
Oh, my
today,
God.
Gotta get that right. Starting at 10 from 93.3 KQZ. Breaking along.
You new tunes.
Now, that was obviously when we aired it the first time on the air, so we were laughing underneath it. So that was all new to you then. Holy cow, is that disgusting. What a miserable thing.
I really enjoy it. Oh, I don't know what day it is. I gotta get that right. It's Sunday, not Saturday. Having too much party time.
We're going to do it to it.
Why does that happen, where when you get a microphone in front of you when you're new, you start to do that whole thing?
Because you sound cool in your own headphones with mic processing. So it sounds cool to talk like this.
Don't forget, Wednesday's Hump Day. We're on our Hump Day countdown. Just 4 days to Hump Day. TGIF. We'll see you later.
Ugh. If I were a program director of a radio station, I wouldn't have any employees. I'd fire everybody.
You get one chance.
Okay, do a break. Fired. Next. Fired. Next.
Today's celebrity birthdays. Fired.
Fired.
Who's got a case of the Mondays? Hey, that's all right. I got you. Boomtown Rats right here. I hate Mondays.
Well, Steve, the inevitable is here.
It's here.
Yeah.
The Friday Top 5. You had the high roll. You had to come up with the topic for last week's Friday Top 5 because of the time crunch. We didn't get to your Friday Top 5. So now it's your turn. You're batting cleanup today for the Friday Top 5.
Sure am.
5 most embarrassing moments.
You were so embarrassed by this, you kicked all the female interns out of your studio, and they're sitting now in Joe's studio. You didn't want anyone near you.
Which, in hindsight, wasn't a great idea, because now they're just staring directly at me through the window.
Yeah, they can just turn around and look at you much more easily now.
Going to be awkward no matter what.
Yeah.
And the 5 most embarrassing moments is about to be 6 most embarrassing moments, because I'm so nervous I feel like I'm going to pee my pants.
Okay.
I tried to go to the bathroom during the break, in the close bathroom, but somebody was in there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you are really nervous. You told us during the break you were physically shaking a little.
Yeah. And I don't know. I think I may have built it up to be more than it really is. I hope not.
I doubt we'll make it worse.
Yeah. So do I just go?
So do I just go? At some point, eventually, you're going to have to begin.
Yeah, that would be good.
All right, Steve, I'll help you out. What is your number 5 most embarrassing moment?
All right, my number 5 most embarrassing moment, it was freshman year of college. Went to a party at another school where my friend goes. Went to the frat party, drank all night, walked to a convenience store and just ate absolute garbage, because we were all drunk and everything.
Burritos.
I remember specifically I ate a bacon cheeseburger big bite hot dog.
Gee, I wonder where you were.
Which, in hindsight, wasn't a good idea.
Okay.
Because we went back to my friend's his dorm. His roommate was out of town for that weekend, so I slept on the bottom bunk. My friend was too drunk to climb up under the top bunk, so he just fell asleep on the floor.
Yeah.
I woke up in the middle of the night to something hitting me in the face.
Please tell me it was what I think it is. Please be a penis.
It was my own vomit going straight up in the air, hitting the bed above me, and then dripping back onto my face.
Oh, God. Oh, you're lucky you didn't die. You could have choked to death.
You could have done like a Bon Scott.
Well, luckily I realized what was happening, so quickly I turned so I would puke off the bed, but my friend was sleeping on the floor.
You barfed on your
So I
friend?
barfed all over my friend.
You
Woke
were
up the
off.
next morning, there was actually chunks of hot dog stuck
gross.
to the carpet.
Banana out the window.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I had to buy his roommate new sheets.
There goes the banana.
Did you eat the hot dogs again?
Well, that's not exactly embarrassing. That's just filthy gross
it was,
and
Yeah,
unfortunate.
it's just awful.
It was pretty embarrassing.
you
Because there
haven't-
was a few other people that were staying in the room.
That's very scary.
and-
People have died from that.
Heck yeah.
Well, I'm alive.
There's someone recently had died from choking on their
Choking on vomit, yeah.
All right. So that's that, right?
Yep.
Okay, what's 4?
Number 4, I'd classify as a too old to cry in public embarrassment.
Okay.
I was in either 7th or 8th grade. In gym class, we were playing soccer, and I had a penalty kick, and there was this girl she was the goalie. She was tiny. She was like maybe, 4'3" or whatever. I kicked the ball, and I ring it off the crossbar. It goes straight up in the air. So both of us, she's coming out of the goal. I'm coming off the penalty kick stripe, and we're both going after it. We both jump up, and I kicked her right in the stomach, obviously aiming at the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And
It's audio.
the gym teacher threw me out of the game, and I started to cry while I was sitting on the sidelines.
Now, were you sad because you got kicked out or because you kicked the girl in the stomach? Or because you were humiliated?
I think it was a combination of everything. But then the gym teacher saw me crying, and he started asking everybody. He's like, "Why is that guy crying? Did somebody punch him or something?"
So then he started tough-talking you because that was the only way to deal with it.
Because he realized that no way could this kid be crying over getting kicked out of a soccer game. But
yeah. Steve's a sensitive little boy.
Yeah.
Did the girl cry?
No, she was fine.
So you kicked her in the stomach and you cried. That is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed for you now.
Probably too old to cry.
Yeah, I agree, over something so silly.
Mm-hmm. That you didn't get injured.
Yeah. Okay, now I have a feeling this next one is bad. I can hear it in your voice.
Well, this is the one where I told you guys Friday I had to email a friend of mine so he could send me the second half of the story. So The first half of the story is in my words. Second half is my friend Frank.
Okay.
Freshman year again, went to a fraternity party with a couple of my friends. Me and my friend Ray, this is the most I've ever drank in my entire life in one sitting. Me and my friend Ray honestly split a 30-pack between the two of us, and nothing left. We were both hammered.
In a short amount of time, you drank 15 beers, like
out of our minds.
2 or 3 hours.
Just belligerent, spilling beers on the pool table at the frat house and everything.
Man.
So we got thrown out. a friend of mine is driving us back to the dorms. Pull into the parking lot, and as we pull into the parking lot, I said, pull over, I gotta puke. I swing the door open, I'm hanging my head out, puking. My friend kicks me, and I fell out of the car into the parking lot.
So you're just a slow roll at the time, or were you parked?
Yeah, it was a slow roll.
So you did like you fell out of the car. You're
Yeah,
barfing and
fell
falling
out of the car
and barfing.
Complete mess.
Okay.
I have a hooded sweatshirt on. The hood swung down in front of me, and I didn't realize till the next morning, but I was puking in the hood, filling it with my vomit.
Okay.
That's the last I remember.
Okay.
My friend
by the way,
Frank.
see you at the next 12-step meeting.
Yeah. My friend Frank picks up the story. So you get back from the party, hood full of puke, and are stumbling down the hallway, crashing into the walls and kicking over garbage cans as you walk. I knew you guys were on your way back from the 20 drunk phone calls the group made to my room. I see you stumbling through the hall, and I shout, Steve, do the sexy dance. At which point you stop where you are and begin doing a little side-to-side shuffle. By that time, you return to your right side. You hit the ground like a ton of bricks, collapsing and in no way attempting to cushion your fall. I laughed for a good hour. Apparently, I did this dance the week before that I referred to as the sexy dance while I was drunk at another party. And passed out in the hallway, and there was a bunch of high school girls there, and I vomited on myself that time, too.
Oh, my gosh, you're a disaster.
Wow.
You're pathetic.
Yep. You're the freshman who goes in and can't handle all the fun.
It's about time I got these shackles of home life away. I'm going to drink every day.
That is 100% true.
You've been raped, haven't you?
Joe, do you have the flip camera for when Steve does the sexy dance for us?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll need to see that.
Steve?
I honestly don't know what the sexy dance is.
Doesn't matter.
I've been told that it's something like...
Just do something.
I lift my leg up onto a table somehow, so
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of... And then I just kind of gyrate my...
God, that is
pelvis.
sexy. Mm-hmm. My God.
I know you guys are all turned on.
The ladies are turned on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. More. Do it. Yeah.
More.
There you go. Yeah. All right, Kate is all freaked out, and Marissa, well, she needs a dude. So
huge turn on.
All right, Steve, you've got two more.
Yep.
Hold on to them for a moment.
Okay.
Because we're going to stay on time for once. Steve's two most embarrassing moments. That's next. Also, we'll roll the dice to see who's in charge this Friday. We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
And now back to the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show.
You are a rude, thoughtless little pig.
Online at freebeerandhotwings.com.
Don't forget you're invited to the Chevy Open House. You can get into a new Chevy with low, straightforward pricing on remaining 08 and 09 models. Simple. Price on the tag is the price you pay. Go to Chevy.com/open house for details. 1-800-947-3979. You can email idiots at freebeerandhotwings.com. Steve, finishing up his top 5 most embarrassing moments on the Friday top 5.
We're learning Steve's an alcoholic, apparently.
Steve is an alcoholic who is embarrassed when he pukes on himself and others.
Do you still drink like this heavily?
No. This was a freshman year thing, and I didn't drink a lot, but when I did, I made it worth it.
You were binging.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Steve, what did you puke on in your top 2 most embarrassing moments?
Nothing, actually.
What guy?
Okay.
Did not puke on anybody else.
Okay.
Number 2. Really no easy way to say this, so I'll just come out and say it. I pooped my pants one time.
Yeah.
That was no fun.
Uh-huh.
Definitely way too old to be pooping your pants. I was probably 10 or 11 years old.
Well, no, this is okay. I mean, we all admitted to doing this at one point. I know I have, and I know Freeber has, and I think Joe has too. We're all big boys.
That doesn't mean that it's not too old.
But we were really old, but you were just still 10. So what happened when you were 10 and you You browned them.
Unless you just didn't gamble, you just decided to let it rip right
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, I'm having too much fun riding my bike.
I'm gonna squash one onto the banana seat.
I don't want to go home.
I like the way it feels. Is that what happened?
How did it go, Steve?
No, I was at my friend's house, and I just decided I can hold it. I don't need to go. I'm going to be stubborn. And then when I finally decided that I couldn't hold it anymore, I ran into the bathroom, and I got just inside the bathroom door. And the incident occurred.
Were you wearing like jeans or shorts?
Oh, I don't know. I know I had tighty whities on.
Okay.
So it
how
ruined them.
What did you do? Did you have to call for help from a parent or something?
Well, I sat in there for a while,
wondering what to do.
Yeah, absolutely terrified. What do I do? There's absolutely no way out of this. So I'm in there for 5 minutes, no big deal. 10 minutes, no big deal. 20 minutes.
Poop's not going away.
Are you okay in there? Yeah, fine. No problem. Just sitting in here reading a magazine.
Age 10.
Half hour later, knock on the door again. Finally, after an hour, there's a knock on the door. Now, I'm at my friend's house.
Right.
Yeah.
My mom was outside the door. Because
no.
My friend's mom had called my mom to say, I think Steven had an accident in the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
Oh, everyone knew.
All right.
Yeah.
So my mom had to come in and give me fresh underwear to put on. And then I had to get myself all cleaned up and walk back out.
What did you do with the old? Just throw it in the garbage?
No.
Flush them down the toilet?
Threw it in the tub.
I'm pretty sure that she brought...
Put it in a drawer.
There, that'll keep
Save
the
it
devil
for a
out.
snack later.
I'm pretty sure that she brought a Ziploc bag and took them back with her.
Oh, God, like a stool sample.
Your mom's carrying your crud-filled underwear through the house in a Ziploc baggie.
Was your mom real thrifty and she wouldn't throw them away, so she just dumped out the debris and scraped the rest with her fingernails?
Yeah. My
Put a tomato in there later.
Sandwich for lunch the next day was in the same bag.
Gross. Oh, gosh. That did get significantly more embarrassing when it involves you sitting in your friend's bathroom to the point where your mom has to be called by your friend's mother. Did you go back out and play with the other kids after that?
That was the worst part. Then I had to come back out and be like, no, everything's cool. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
No.
You moved to a different town. That's what you do there.
Steve, when you were sitting there with Turdzilla in your pants, did you... Well, like in there for an hour, did you leave it in your pants for an hour, or did you take off your shoes to kick your pants off?
I think I took everything off.
Okay, so you actually dumped it out.
Okay, so you didn't just sit there in debris and wonder what to do.
You just kind of flipped it into the toilet.
First, you probably tried to squeeze it back in by sitting on the counter and pulling down with your hands.
Oh, Jesus.
I assume that's what you did.
I don't think that's possible to put it back in. You really have to eat a lot of cheese to get a good rigid one in order to do that.
Yeah, I think that's impossible.
All right, Steve, what's number one?
Put it back.
I think I was 13.
God, I wish you were like 30 when these happened.
I know it.
This is the first time ever in the history of me that I was making out with a girl.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the couch at my parents' house watching a movie, and
she has a penis. She has a penis.
Yes. No.
She has a penis. She had been installing the cable.
So we're sitting there making out for about 10 minutes, and I decide I'm going for boob. I am grabbing boob, and it's going to be great. So she has a just regular T-shirt on, which is probably the easiest piece of clothing in the world to gain access to. You know, any other regular person would just go whoop right up the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I decided I'm going through the sleeve.
You know, the way a date rapist would.
What?
Did you get out your garrote?
I don't know what that is. No. So I'm going through the sleeve. You know, at first it's like, oh, it's cool. I'm just like rubbing your arm. Now I'm kind of rubbing your shoulder. Now I'm just touching the top of your chest, and my arm is bent at a weird angle.
Okay.
At which point she grabs me by the shoulders, pushes me away and says, "What are you trying to do?" And takes my hand, puts it up her shirt, and plants it right on the boob.
Oh, she took charge.
Yeah, because I couldn't figure out the complicated process.
So you had a brief moment where you thought you were busted and she was going to make you feel small. Then you realized she was mad because you were incompetent.
Full range of emotions in 2 seconds.
Oh, man. How did you recover from that? You just kind of laugh at him. Oh, I knew what I was doing. I just wanted you to take
cool.
charge.
I wasn't trying to do that, but it's cool. Okay, yeah. I'm good with this.
Those are huge boobs. What was your next feat? You try to hit a home run by going for her ear?
Oh, yeah. She was wearing blue jeans all the way down, long blue jeans, and you wanted to get at that mitt, and you went to the bottom of the pants.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm so happy I'm done.
I don't think those were that bad.
No, I think that was all pretty normal adolescence.
You had tremendous anxiety over. It's not that big of a deal. No,
not too bad.
I think yours might have been the least embarrassing of the
the
five of us.
So happy to hear it, but I still won't talk about them.
Yeah, that's the thing. We all discovered this weekend that everybody wanted to talk about our embarrassing moments after having heard them on the radio. And there's a dramatic difference between us talking about them in this room with people listening all over the country and talking about it one-on-one while we're making eye contact. Not acceptable.
No, thanks.
Yeah, I already have text messages from two people who I see on a regular basis indicating that they're listening and laughing and all sorts of things that they're going to do now that they know this information.
Mm-hmm.
Don't bring it up.
Nope.
I don't want to talk to you about anything. Okay. In fact, I don't even like talking to you generally.
That's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
We need to roll the die really quickly here. High Roll is in charge of creating the list topic for the Friday Top 5.
I got a 2.
Okay. Zane Hot Wings and Joe have not had to do it yet.
Okay. I got a 1.
Probably not going to change today. Here comes a 6. I got a 6.
6.
Stupid.
There's a 6.
Roll
too.
off. Between Joe and Freebeer.
Steve get a 6.
Nope. Joe
All
and
right.
Freebeer will roll
Joe's going to get a 1.
Joe got a 6.
All right.
And
1.
King got a 1.
Joe's
doing it.
How about it?
All right.
I would have bet on me.
That's that.
Joe's in charge of creating the list topic for this Friday. He'll reveal it Thursday. Also, while we're pointing out something coming up in the future, on Wednesday we're going to debut this week's Joe Stunt, and this week is a little different. We taped it last week on Thursday morning, I think it was, Wednesday or Thursday morning. And I will tell you, I was exhausted from laughing. It was the last thing we did before we went home, at least for me. And I was exhausted on the drive home from how hard I laughed at Joe's stunt. It is a return engagement on Will It Lick Him? And Joe is so frustrated and irritated and semi-angry, and it's funny. That's Wednesday.
Yeah, it's great.
That will debut, and there's a great video because we didn't let Pube Face shoot it, so we actually have the camera on something. So that's pretty good.
That helps.
We'll take a break. It is the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. 97.9 GRD, Grand Rapids Rock Alternative. It's the Free Beer and Hot Wings Show. Free Beer and Hot Wings at Eric Zane. Friday, we're going to have a contest. It's going to be a 4-person Line of Doom. Okay. Line of Doom is when we challenge a couple people to do something, and one of them ends up winning some sort of very good prize. In this case, it's you and a guest get to fly to Nashville, airfare included, get a tour of Third Man Records with Jack White, as well as other members of the Dead Weather. Jack White, of course, most famous for his work with the White Stripes. You'll be doing this mid-August, so, less than a month away. You and a guest, like we said, airfare and hotel included, and a tour with Jack White of Third Man Records. How cool would that be?
Free trip to Nashville is pretty sweet.
It is pretty sweet.
To see all that stuff. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
We're going to do that Friday. We're going to get our qualifiers tomorrow and Wednesday. I think we all agreed. We shouldn't say what exactly the challenge, the dare, will be.
Definitely not.
Until people are in here. Do you agree with the premise that all 4 people need to be the same gender?
No, not necessarily, I guess.
You think it could be intergender?
That'd be weird, man.
I think it'd be weird if they were intergender.
Okay,
probably.
If it were girl on girl, it would work for sure.
I think what we'll do
if
is...
it were guy on guy, it would work for a different reason.
Whatever gender the first caller is, the next 3 have to be the same gender when we get our qualifiers, which will be tomorrow and Wednesday at 10 o'clock. So tomorrow, whatever the first gender, whatever the first caller's gender is, the next 3 will have to be that same gender. Because I think even though...
Yeah, you're right.
It would feel weird And all we'd need is some dude to be creepy. It wouldn't be the lady's fault.
No, it's always a dude's fault.
It's true. So that's tomorrow and Wednesday. And then the actual giveaway will be Friday, but we can't tell you what they're going to be doing until they're here and isolated and can't hear it.
Right.
It ought to be good and awkward.
Oh, it's going to be great.
In this particular case, good and awkward.
It will be terrific.
So that's about it for us. I don't know what it is. Since we've been back from vacation, I don't know if it's because I'm not getting back on schedule. But Friday night, we were going to go out to the Whitecaps game, and I ended up bailing because of the weather. But that's just fine, because by 9 o'clock, I had been making myself stay awake for an hour, and I finally committed to going to bed and slept until almost 9 o'clock the next morning straight through. I never do that. I can't remember the last time I slept past 7.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong, man?
Man, at that Kid Rock show, I ended up getting to bed around 2 o'clock and didn't get a nap earlier in the day. And so when I went to bed Saturday morning, I ended up sleeping till 11:30 in the morning.
Wow.
That was unbelievable.
It's like being a teenager. 11:30,
Really?
yeah.
It really was. It's not because you stayed at your mom's, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
It's not often you get to sleep where you don't have kids or somebody else.
Well, yeah, Maddie was there, but that was, but yeah, they all got up and they left, and then I slept for another 2 or 3 hours. Thank you.
It's awesome.
My gosh.
Wake up, it's the middle of the day, feel like you wasted the day, but who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, JT is in next. We'll tell you more about how you can win the trip to meet Jack White and get the private tour. That's coming up tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll take a break. Actually, no, we won't. JT's in next. 97.9 GRD.